recommend and argue that we need more people to push for policies that will transform Nigeria, change makers one at a time in various fields and sectors to build for a better and more endowed Nigeria. We do need to roll up our sleeves and do the work needed to do to promote Nigeria and bring her back as the giant of Africa that she once was. Nigeria's identity as the giant of Africa is built not only on military strength or economic scale, but on a rich cultural heritage that continues to shape the world through film, music, food, fashion, and intellectual leadership. To secure its future as Africa's premier leader, Nigeria must align its cultural strength with institutional credibility, economic diversification, youth empowerment, and renewed commitment to Pan-African cooperation. The question is not whether Nigeria can lead, but whether it will commit to do the reforms needed to do so. We have all it takes to lead the world and to lead Africa. It is to roll up our sleeves and do the work needed to do. Thank you.
On Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIIA, Victoria Island, Lagos, played host to an intellectually engaging interns and core members summit and paper presentation themed Nigeria and Re-emerging Africa in a Shifting World Order. The gathering brought together young scholars and policy enthusiasts to interrogate Nigeria's place within an evolving global landscape marked by geopolitical realignments and emerging power blocks. The event commenced on a solemn note with a rendition of the Nigerian national anthem, setting a tone of patriotism and shared responsibility. Representing the Director General of the Institute, Professor Femi Otubanjo delivered a compelling keynote address in which he underscored the relevance of the summit at a time when Africa's strategic importance in global affairs continues to expand.
You're young people, you personally have ideas, but definitely the future belongs to you. You have a commitment, you have an obligation. It is your right to try to shape that future. And I hope that you will help to bring out ideas that can help Nigeria to re-engineer itself, and in doing so, also re-engineer the world. So I welcome you and hope that you have a very, very fruitful time at this seminar. Thank you very much.
In her remarks as chairperson of the day, Dr. Philippa Nyang provided insightful reflections on the objectives of the summit, highlighting its role as a platform for intellectual exchange and policy-oriented dialogue.
As one of Africa's leading countries, Nigeria has the potential to play a significant role in shaping the continent's future and influencing its position in the global system. Now, the quick question here is, how do we translate this potential into actual leadership and actual impact? Now, today's discussion, I hope, will provide an opportunity for us to learn, for us to reflect, and for us to engage in these issues, particularly for young scholars who represent the future of the country, the future of the continent, and of course, the future of the world. So we're looking forward to an enriching discussion.
The highlight of the summit was the series of thought-provoking paper presentations delivered by core members and interns. Their analysis explored critical sub-themes, including the dynamics of global power shifts, Nigeria's leadership role and economic influence within Africa, governance, democracy, and political leadership across the continent, as well as Africa's global image in an increasingly interconnected world.
The maximum bilateral agreement with most African countries, and this agreement is based on a one-way routine. That is, we benefit from your natural resources and you give us the resources at your own expense. So, looking at the paradox of African agency refers to those things Africans have done or are still doing to reassert themselves for global dominance. The urgent strategy, rather than aligning, with any single power. African states maintain diversified partnerships. Nigeria, for instance, today, presently, Nigeria had agreements with over 14 European countries. And this is very obvious in the fact that we do not have a single direction for our foreign policy. And this is making us vulnerable to external decisions.
To understand Africa's current position in global governance, it is important to examine the historical context and how international organization began. So, the modern system of international organization began with the First World War, with the establishment of the League of Nations in 1919. During this period, most African territories were still under colonial rule and therefore had no independent representation in global decision-making processes.
We live in a world that's been reordered. Everything that has been said, they are changing, we are evolving. And unipolarity is now giving way for multipolarity. And what do I mean by unipolarity? It means a distribution of power in which one state exercises most of the cultural, economic, and military influence. Within this context, I would like to say that Africa is no longer a continent of tomorrow. Africa is today. Africa is now.
Since independence, Nigeria has strategically and sometimes organically projected influence across Africa and beyond through cultural diplomacy, from Festac 77 to modern entertainment industries. Nigeria has built a cultural presence that resonates globally. Cultural diplomacy includes food and fashion, intellectual capital, and strategic industries like Nollywood and Afrobeats.
Participants engaged robustly, exchanging perspectives and challenging assumptions, ultimately reinforcing the value of informed dialogue in advancing Nigeria's strategic positioning within a re-emerging Africa and a transforming global order. On Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, Honorable Oladipupo Adebutu commemorated his 64th birthday with a modest yet meaningful gathering of prayers and refreshments at his family residence in Ikperu Remo, Ogun State. The occasion reflected gratitude and celebration as family, friends and associates came together in their numbers to honor a life defined by public service and philanthropy. Born on February 25, 1962, Honorable Oladipupo Adebutu is a Nigerian businessman and politician from Ogun State who represented the Ikene Shagamu Remo North Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives from 2015 to 2023 under the People's Democratic Party. He also flew the party's flag as its governorship candidate in the 2023 Ogun State elections. Beyond politics, he remains deeply committed to humanitarian causes through the Ladi Adebutu Foundation, continuing a legacy of service as the son of Sir Kessington Adebutu, the renowned Nigerian businessman and philanthropist. The birthday gathering attracted an array of distinguished guests and well-wishers, including revered royal fathers, eminent lawmakers, political associates, and community leaders who came to celebrate the milestone with the celebrant. Proceedings commenced with fervent prayers led by Right Reverend Amos Kayode Ogunrinde, the Methodist Bishop of Remo Central, alongside other clergymen. The spiritual tone of the event set the stage for a day centered on thanksgiving and renewed purpose.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord, may the good Lord, may the good Lord bless you. What do you wish him? We wish you returns of the day. Prosperity. Worthy is the Lord. Hallelujah. Worthy is the Lord. Worthy is the Lord. Hallelujah.
Following the prayer session, guests were treated to an array of refreshments in a relaxed and convivial setting. The celebration continued with memorable performances by Welima Sax Band and X1 The Future, adding vibrancy and elegance to the occasion and keeping guests entertained until the event drew to a graceful close.
Ọmọ rẹ ti lọ sí ilé ìjọsìn ọjọ́ ìsinmi tó kọjá láti fi ọpẹ́ fún ọ lónìí ó dẹ̀ tún ó ṣe dandan láti fi àdúrà bẹ̀rẹ̀ jíjẹ mímu ìjẹ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè mọ́sálá ìtẹ́wọ́gbà àdúrà wa ìyá súre fún ọmọ rẹ Ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Ọládépúpọ̀ Adébútú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti mú kó rí ọjọ́ òní lórúkọ Jésù ẹ túbọ̀ máa dáàbò bò ó ẹ túbọ̀ máa pa á mọ́ lórúkọ Jésù Olúwa bá fi sọ yín sọ bàbá ọ̀run ohun gbogbo tó jẹ́ èròǹgbà ọkàn ọmọ rẹ èyí tí ìwọ Ọlọ́run pàápàá mọ̀ tí àwọn ènìyàn sì mọ̀ pẹ̀lú nítorí a súre fún lónìí nítorí pé a ti kọ́ wípé gbígbéga kò ti àríwá tàbí gúúsù wá kì í ṣe láti ìwọ̀ oòrùn tàbí ìlà rẹ̀ bí kò sí láti ọ̀nà ìlọsókè ìlọsódò rẹ̀ lórúkọ Jésù má jẹ́ ó forí sánpá o agbàdúrà lórúkọ Jésù má jẹ́ ó jìn sọ́fìn ayé má jẹ́ ó tẹlẹ̀ níbi tó ti lójú inú òfin òun ọ̀la ayé yìí jẹ́ kí ọmọ ipá dọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ kó máa gbó jẹ́ àwa gbàdúrà ààbò rẹ tó nípọn tí ipá oṣó òka tí ipá àjẹ́ òka tí ipá lẹ́bọ lóògùn òka lórúkọ Jésù Olúwa bá wa dáàbò ní gbogbo ìrìn àjò campaign èyí tó ti ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ Ọlọ́run àánú jọ̀wọ́ túbọ̀ máa dáàbò bo àwọn ẹni rẹ gbogbo àwọn alátìlẹyìn dọwọ́ rẹ o lórúkọ Jésù Olúwa bá fi ìṣọ́ rẹ ṣọ́ ǹjẹ́ ọmọ rẹ ń sọjọ́ ìbí lónìí ó rántí òní sí rere lórúkọ Jésù má jẹ́ ká burúkú ṣubú lù ó rántí ọjọ́ òní láti fọpẹ́ fún ọ ó rántí ọjọ́ òní nínú ayọ̀ lọ́la lórúkọ Jésù ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún má jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ìpín rẹ̀ búburú kan kò yóò ṣubú lù ọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àrùnkárùn kì yóò súnmọ́ etí ilé rẹ̀ a ti kọ́ wípé nítorí tí ìwọ mọ̀ mí nítorí tí ìwọ fẹ́ Ọlọ́run ó wípé ẹ̀mí gígùn òun yóò fi tẹ́ ọ lọ́rùn òun yóò sì fi ìgbàlà rẹ̀ hàn ọ́ bó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀mí gígùn kọ́lọ́run kó fi tẹ́ ẹ̀yin lọ́rùn kọ́lọ́run kó fi ìgbàlà hàn ọ́ ìṣọ́ Ọlọ́run kó wà lórí ayé rẹ lórí aya k'Olúwa kó fi ìṣọ́ ṣọ́ wọn lórí àwọn ọmọ k'Olúwa kó máa fi ìṣọ́ ṣọ́ wọn ǹjẹ́ gbogbo jíjẹ mímu lónìí gbogbo àwọn ènìyàn tó darapọ̀ níhìn láti bá ọ yọ̀ ẹ ò ní ṣì jẹ ẹ ò ní ṣì mu lórúkọ Jésù ayọ̀ la ó fi ṣe ohun gbogbo lónìí nígbà tí kálukú ó bá padà sílé àdélékú kò ní jẹ́ ìpín ẹnikẹ́ni ayọ̀ la ó fi padà sí ibùgbé wa jẹ́ lónìí lábẹ́ ààbò ìkẹ́ ìgẹ̀ àti ìṣọ́ Olódùmarè ó la fi sa Honorable Ọládipúpọ̀ Adébútú sí kí Olúwa kí ó kù sí fún ọ kó pa ọ mọ́ kí Olúwa kó ṣẹ́jú àánú rẹ̀ kó mọ́lẹ̀ sí ọ lára Olúwa kó ṣàánú fún ọ jẹ́ kí Olúwa kí ó fi ìṣọ́ rẹ̀ ṣọ́ kí ó sì tan ìmọ́lẹ̀ ojú rẹ̀ kó mọ́lẹ̀ sí ọ lára kó fún ọ lálàáfíà látòní yìí lọ àti sí títí láéláé.
Àmín.
Worthy is the Lamb. Worthy is the Lamb. Worthy is the Excellent.
àyàlá ní púpọ̀ tiwa ní ọlọ́mọba má padà lẹ́yìn yẹn. àti dúpẹ́ lónìí ọlọ́mọba má dọ́pẹ́ wá sí wàhálà yà lábẹ́ ọ. torí tó ń bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni tó lè bí ẹlẹ́rìí wípé kí ló dé tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ọlọ́mọba abẹ́ o. bá a ṣe dúpẹ́ lójoojúmọ́ títí dá máa dà gbadagbadagbadagbadagba. gẹ́gẹ́ ni wọn kó máa kún fún ọpẹ́ ọlọ́mọba abẹ́ o. wọ́n jọ pẹ́ wá sí wa láyà ọlọ́mọba abẹ́ o. ìwòye ọdún tó ń bọ̀ jẹ́ ká tún ṣe jù báyìí lọ. lọ́dún tó tún bọ̀ ká tún ṣe jù báyìí lọ. à ń bẹ̀ ọ́ o ọlọ́mọba. Kàmọ́rún nílé ló dúpẹ́. Àlàní púpọ̀ ló dúpẹ́. Làbẹ́ ló dúpẹ́. Ọpẹ́ lórí ọmọ, ọpẹ́ lórí aya, ọpẹ́ lórí òṣèlú, ọpẹ́ lórí bíbí o, lóhùn sẹ́ẹ̀tì, bàtà tó yẹ kó dàrú. Ọlọ́run bá bá wa tó lójoojúmọ́. Ìdí nìyẹn tá a fi dúpẹ́ ọlọ́wọ́ bá. Má jọ pẹ́ wá sí wàhálà yà abẹ́ ọ. Ọmọdé àná ó dàgbà lọ́gbà kó pẹ́ kó pẹ́. Ọmọdé butu kẹ́sì tí wọ́n ní kí gbogbo wa pé ẹ̀kọ́ àgbọ̀ nílé o. Ẹ̀kọ́ mi yẹn fún ẹ̀kọ́ àgbọ̀ nílé. Kábíyèsí, ọ̀dà Timothy, Oyèṣọlá, Akínsọ̀yà, ẹ̀bùn sì ti mú máa ń gún lábẹ́ pẹ́ lórí ọ̀tá wa ẹ̀kọ́ àgbọ̀ nílé. Ó tara wọn kí gbogbo lọ́ba tó kù pátápátá. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi lẹ́gbẹ̀sì ẹ̀kọ́ àgbọ̀ nílé. Gbogbo bálẹ̀ tó kẹ́ nílẹ̀ yìí pátápátá la kí. Gbogbo honourables tó kẹ́ nílẹ̀ yìí pátápátá la kí. Kàmọ́rún nílé ló dúpẹ́. Ọlọ́run púpọ̀, wọ́n á lè bọ̀ lo ìdájọ́ lábẹ́ lára wáyé. Ọkọ̀ ti yèyé, ọmọ lọ́lá, Adẹ́nìkẹ́, Adébútú Kẹ́sì ti mi ẹni. Owó bàbá búkìbúkì kò gbọ́dá. Ilé máa dá bí ọ̀kadà àwọn ọlẹ́mọ̀ ti mọ̀. Ọlọ́dẹ máa lọ́sẹ̀ ní kọ́ńkọ́ń bábá. Ọ̀nàrẹ́ Bulukman, ọmọdé lẹ́rẹ̀. Mo kọ́ra ni mo fi kí ẹ, assembly. Lade, ṣe fàájì fún Ládì. Ládì jẹ́mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́. Ládì jẹ́mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́. Ládì ewé ayò. Ewé tí ẹ̀yà ewé yẹ. Ikú ló ní kọ́ tún wọn ṣe. Ìgbà ló ní kọ́ fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra o. Àìbínú kó kó wọn sáré. Kókó méjì ọkà bàbá. Kókó mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Aláyàbá orí ló ń túkọ̀ lẹ́nu. Gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ àkọ́kẹ́ adé. Olórí láàfin. Aláyàbá. Ọkọ̀ olórí mẹ́jọ pápọ̀. Olórí mẹ́sàn-án. Ọlọ́run máa padà lẹ́yìn yẹn. Ìrèdè ìrèdè o, Aláyàbá ló lólẹ̀. Aláyàbá ló lólẹ̀. Ọmọ lórí mẹ́sàn-án bọ̀ láyàbá. Ọmọ Adékọ̀yàwó bá fún ètò. Aláyàbá ló lólẹ̀.
National anthems, please, of both countries.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though
welcome the professors from the Lagos Business School. We welcome our invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We welcome the fellows of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs and principal officers and our researchers and the very wonderful people that have responded to our invitation to this important engagement. But on your behalf, let me welcome Mowani, our own daughter of the land, who is a distinguished ambassador to the United States of America. In these days of public and citizen diplomacy, we hold her very dearly, and we are glad that she's conquering grounds for us and showing the Nigerian stuff in the United States. So welcome back home, and thank you very much. Now, we are very delighted to be partnering with the U.S. mission on this important subject of leveraging AI innovations for business and governance. Now, as I look around, I don't know how many of us are old enough to share in this foundational framework for taking in what we're going to be talking about today. Growing up, we had images of America and the kinds of things that America could do. I remember the still cinema mobile carriers who would go from school to school and from public place to public place. It's a box that has, you know, those cards that they put in, and the man usually has a bell waiting. And as little children, you know, you look through, and the man will ring the bell first time, and the next time it will say, "Come and see. Come and see. Come and see. Come and see." Now, many times as little children, we didn't even see anything. but that was the wonder, you know. So when you hear AI these days, it's like a postmodernist version of American wonder. And you can relate to that. These days, we talk AI. It still sounds a little distant, you know, for many of us. So today we are very privileged that we are going to close that gap and bring AI to us in ways that will make us understand. Now, I was sharing with the consulate that in a few weeks' time, we're going to have a distinguished professor of international relations from the University of Ibadan, Dr. Pukola Adeshina, who's going to give us a presentation on digital diplomacy and how to leverage AI for foreign policy. So the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs is, you know, in the whole mix of leveraging AI for many things. And one of the things about business, which should be of interest to all of us, is how the fear has arisen that if we are not careful, there will be job losses and you know, there will be labor costs because the AI is going forward to replace human beings as we presently know ourselves. That's one concern. Another concern is how can we domesticate AI and regulate it so that AI does not overtake us and take us to realms where we lose control, or in fact we don't have control. In the EU, in the United States, this has been a debate and regulatory frameworks have been worked out. The UN itself is now mobilizing the global community for how to respond to the kinds of issues of security, defense, and protection that AI confronts us with. Now, AI begins from the robot that you find to the cyberspace that you don't even see. And yet, we're all subject to, AI in ways that are beyond our control. So why don't we try to understand the very complex dimensions of what has come to stay, whether we like it or not? This is one of those times when you better embrace it, you better try to understand it, and better try to use it to your benefit. I'm told that these days you can write a whole PhD thesis without even knowing anything about the subject. Which is why today in China, especially in the fields of engineering and medicine and so on, they've now said, you know what, don't write thesis for us anymore. Just go and solve a problem and come and show us how you have solved this problem. But as scientific methodology requires, you must spell out for us what the rules of engagement are. That's the science of it. So to have a subject like leveraging AI for innovation means that we are into very exciting sessions today. So for us at the NIA, we're very glad that we're partnering with the consulate on this matter and the Lagos Business School by extension, and partnering with all of us here. One thing I can assure you is that you may have come in looking forward to the wonderment that AI means. But I'm sure that by the time we finish, we would all be better educated, and we would now know that even AI itself can be brought under control and regulation. So I welcome all of us, and I hope that we are in for a very engaging session. And I thank Clemson for bringing us together on this project. From the discussions that we've had with Her Excellency today, I'm sure that this is only the beginning of many more engagements that we'll have on AI and several other subjects. For those of us from the library, which is the heartbeat of our institute, you have a digital program, and you are in the forefront of AI. I'm sure that, we will be thinking of an AI laboratory in that library. So watch out for the opportunities that we have, so that you can say it all started from here. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, welcome to the Nigerian Institute of International. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gorg, and I am the acting U.S. Consul General here in lively Lagos. So growing up in the United States, we learned that the United States, and now of course, that started a revolution in many other countries around the world, also chose self-determination, including Nigeria in 1960. And I bring this up because if you do the math, that means this year it is the 250th anniversary of American independence. And this event today is part of a year-long celebration of American innovation and excellence. And when you think of a revolution, you also think of AI as a new industrial revolution. And I can think of no greater panel today than our guest speaker, who, as noted, was originally from Lagos, now is American, and is coming today to be on this moderated panel to share her wealth of knowledge. And we very much appreciate the participation of Meta. As noted, Sharirada is the head of public policy for the Anglophone West Africa. And we also appreciate the participation of Dr. Falilat Jimo, head of innovation and digital inclusion at the National Information Technology Development Agency. And of course, as noted, the moderator, Professor Olayinka David West, Dean of Lagos Business School. And I would point out, it's amazing to me that we have 3 very talented women talking about this subject. And I think that should be encouraging for all of us. And of course, I want to thank our host, the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, for being such a long-standing partner. So thank you very much, Professor Osagai. So, American President Donald Trump last year had an AI policy with 3 pillars. One is to accelerate AI innovation. The second is to build AI infrastructure. And the third is to lead international AI diplomacy and security. And I think when you are looking at AI, you look to American companies such as Meta. If you think about a young Mark Zuckerberg leaving Harvard University to go start Facebook, I don't think any of us would believe that his innovations would be in all of our pockets today, because all of us here in Lagos, I know, are using WhatsApp. And so when you think of AI, it's already in your pocket. Or you might think of OpenAI, that is using generative AI, or Google with their Gemini. And what's exciting for me is all of these companies are partnering here in Lagos. And why Lagos? Well, this is the digital technology hub of Africa. 5 of the 9 unicorn startups come from Nigeria, and I'm proud that these startups have chosen to register in the United States to take advantage of venture capital and the spirit of innovation in the United States. And so it's really exciting to me that Meta here is partnering with the Llama Impact Accelerator to help Nigerian startups, and that Lagos Business School opened the AI Academy with OpenAI, which is the first of its kind in Africa. And also Google is partnering with Fate Foundation and the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences to bring AI to the classroom. So these are concrete ways that the US and Nigeria are working together to promote excellence. And I'm really excited that this year US companies are planning to spend $700 billion, that's a B, billion, on AI infrastructure. So yeah, it's very exciting. And they say by 2030, the US companies will have spent $5 trillion on AI. So AI is obviously the future. And as noted, there are some pluses and minuses about AI, and I hope we can learn more about them today. If I think back 50 years ago, we had ATM machines, and people said, oh, that means that you're taking away jobs from the banking industry. And I think all of us realize that that's not true, that people in the banking industry went on to do great things. And in fact, now ATMs are almost obsolete because most of us are carrying money around on our phones. And so I would like to look at AI as an opportunity to work together with the talented people in Nigeria for the betterment not only of Nigeria, not only of West Africa, but of the world. And so I really am excited to see the panel today and hear their interesting discussions. Thank you very, very much.
For those of you who are Yoruba in the room, it's Omo Jongbubulo. I know it's a mouthful. I have a PhD from Berkeley. Go Bears. No, nobody in the room. I do machine learning, and I've worked at Google. I'm the founder and CEO of Vimeo. And I have not spoken at the World Economic Forum, but I am part of the World Economic Forum Expert Network. So that might be a bit of an AI hallucination. And this is my thesis, and this is my thesis that I've held for a very, very long time. Permissionless systems change the world. When anyone can participate without gatekeepers, talent rises regardless of geography, class, or connections. This is the AI landscape in 60 seconds. Basically, what is AI? It's not magic. It is mathematics and statistics. Do you remember we used to have that graph paper in school and you had to do XY axis? AI, and then you had to like find something, slope of a line. I had to do that. It took me a long time to actually understand what I was doing. AI is basically that times 1,000. So that's a 2-dimensional space. AI does that like in a 1,000-dimensional space. That is what it's doing. We take all our information, we plot it into a vector, and we find vectors that are close to each other. That's what it is. But because it does it at a scale, it's actually useful. So it's not magic, it's math. And LLMs, the ones that you all use, how many people actually use ChatGPT? What about Google Maps? All right, okay, people are using things. What they do is basically do prediction and summarization. But the interesting thing that happened though, that was like, even for people like me, that was like, ooh, was agents. AI agents are the next level. They can work autonomously. So you can tell an agent to go do something, and you can go away, and in 2 hours, it'll come back and be like, I've done it. So that part is actually novel and rather interesting. And the best part is you don't need to be an expert. You don't need to go have a PhD. You just need to be a human who can either speak or write. And you can just tell it, I want you to do this, and it will do it for you. So the barrier to entry is very, very low. We've democratized this to everyone. Is it going? All right. Now let's actually talk about AI for business and where AI can create business value. These are the 3 pillars: in your operations, in customer, and strategy. So for operations especially, if you have any kind of thing that is repetitive, that you have to do over and over and over and over again, nothing new, literally the same thing over and over again, those are perfect things that can be automated with AI. And they will actually truly reduce the processing time, sometimes to almost 90%, like just really cut down the processing time. Another one that I have actually seen that is very good, is customer support. Who has spoken to AI on the phone? Sometimes it's quite good. And often I'm one of those people that if I call customer support, I usually say, I want to speak to a human. I don't want to talk to this machine. I want to speak to a human. However, now, sometimes, pleasantly, I do talk to the machine, and it actually solves my problem. So customer support is one of the areas that AI is actually doing a very, very good job. And personalized recommendations. So if you are using ChatGPT, now it has memory. If you're using any of these LLMs, they have memory. And with memory, they learn about you, so they can tailor the response to you. How many of you have used the personalized recommendations? I think pretty much almost everybody, and it's pretty good. Now, the third pillar, strategy. This is the part that I really enjoy the most. As an engineer, I don't get to do like the things that economists do, where they do model scenarios. But now I get to model scenarios because I don't need to know how to do it. I can just tell it, can you please model this scenario for me where this, and I do this probably 2-3 times a day. Because it's like, for me, now I can actually do something that I've never been able to do before. Market intelligence is amazing. Scenario forecasting, modeling is amazing. And competitive analysis truly in minutes. So from a research perspective, like you're a CEO, you're a founder of a company, you want to know what's happening in your industry, now you don't have to pay somebody to give you very, very expensive data intelligence. You could just query an AI and it will give you. Now, let's talk about the advantage that we have being Nigerians in AI. Nigeria is a huge, 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 huge country with so many people in it, with a lot of services that they need. So I'll tell you a little thing that has impressed me the most. MoneyPoint. I love that business. I think I'm obsessed with that business because for me, as a Nigerian in the diaspora that comes home every year, MoneyPoint has changed my experience of living life in Lagos. I can do whatever I want. Somebody is going to have MoneyPoint to OPay. That's it. I don't need to have to go figure out something. No, I can call whatever it is, I can pay for it. That is a business that cuts through every part of society. And now those people who use it that are unbanked, it has become their bank. And there's so much information in how they use it that we can then use something like that data to offer them credit. Because they didn't have credit histories before. But now they're using this service, they can have credit histories, and these are things that AI can do. So now I can decide to help random Emeka who wants to buy an Okada, and I can see that he's been paying things so well that I feel, even from America, I can give him a loan, and I feel pretty decent that he'll pay back. These are opportunities of businesses that we couldn't do before, because you had to have trust. Now with enough data, we don't actually have to have trust. Another thing that Nigeria has in droves is developers. Nigerians are amazing developers, and they are continuously growing the developer ecosystem. I don't know if you all know this, but do you know that ChatGPT is trained on Nigerian English? That it actually speaks Nigerian English? Because a lot of the data came from here. That's how much we are punching above our weight. And so our developers are already here. They just need to be unleashed. And the last one that I actually think it's very important for us to actually pull in our heads is the leapfrogging aspect. From places like Kenya that had M-Pesa, to companies like Zipline that do drones for blood delivery. Zipline is an interesting company. I've actually met the founders. They wanted to start that business first in the United States. And they really couldn't do it because of regulatory issues around how we're going to regulate a drone. Is it going to be flying through certain airspaces? So instead of giving up, they decided they would go somewhere else and work with a different government that may not have that framework in place yet. And they did. And they started doing this delivery for blood. And with everything that they've done, they've also brought that knowledge back to now companies like Amazon and Walmart are piloting drone delivery. So that's actually one of the examples of how you can learn from both places and make the knowledge go back and forth to actually accelerate things. And hopefully we continue to do stuff like that here. Obviously, with graphic dividend, it is staggering to believe that by the end of the 21st century, I like to think in centuries. So the 20th century, I think, was won by America. It gave us the internet, and then it gave us all the technologies that have come from the internet. I think Africa can be one of the winners of the 21st century. We're just in 2026. We still have so many years ahead of us. The question is, do we want to? Because this is one of the first times in the life of humanity that we as a people have a choice. We just get to decide how we want to play it. Our numbers are of such magnitude that if we decide to be a global player, we actually can be a global player. And we can be that global player by partnering with other people, and we can accelerate ourselves to a different place entirely within 10 years. By 2080, which is 50 years, we'll be a significant chunk of the world. My hope, I don't know if I'll still be alive then, but my son certainly will be. I would like us to be like 40% of global GDP. And that's why I'm here in Lagos. That vision, how are we going to bring that vision about to actually be 40% of global GDP? That means that we have to become builders, not just consumers. And now let's talk about AI for governance. I am clicking. Maybe they don't want us to do AI for governance. All right. So what works now? Document processing. If you are working on any government agency anywhere in the world, that is something you're never going to get away from. It's filling forms. And somebody has to process all those forms, triage them, put them in the right places, perfect thing for AI to do. So that is something that we're doing today that already works. And one of my colleagues from Google went to Department of Homeland Defense to actually help with the AI strategy. They were one of the people that decided to embrace AI instead of like be afraid of it. And it has done wonders in their agency. And it can do the same thing for our agencies here. Budget analysis. Another one to actually find anomalies and places that you can save money in your organization. It can churn through all the data. You don't have to churn through all that data. Procurement transparency. So AI can help you with that. AI coupled with blockchain can help along with that. But the one I'm most particularly interested in is multilingual service delivery. So the citizens of a nation want to talk to their government. Half the time they can't talk to their government because there's a literacy barrier. Most government documents are written in English. And written in English meaning you have to be able to read English. But literacy has been a barrier that no longer needs to be a barrier. You just need to be able to speak, and every human being, most of us, can speak, and the AI can speak back to you in the language of your choice. It can speak Pidgin, it can speak Hausa, it can speak Yoruba, it can speak Igala, whatever it is. So that is one thing that I would love for Nigerian governments to actually spend a lot of money on, to help improve language models so that those language models are 100% fluent in all the Nigerian languages, not just the top 3. But even the long-tail Nigerian languages, because the genius of who we are is inside our people. And if our people can talk to us and we can't talk back to them, we don't unleash that genius. So there's a permission playbook for leaders, permissionless playbook for leaders that you should actually embrace that will accelerate you. Number 1, don't wait for a perfect strategy. There is no perfect strategy. Just try very, very small things. But you need to start trying them now. And invest in AI literacy across the entire org, not just the computer people or the technology people. Everybody needs to have AI literacy. If anybody works in your organization, and I mean your janitors, not just the skater and the blouse people, everybody, because you don't actually know where the genius is going to come from. Something that I endlessly fascinated by. I am one of those people that is chronically online. I am always on X, and I always wade in with Dispatch Rider. From where I sit in society, that's a conversation I'm not privy to. But because those persons are now on social media, I can understand their mindset and their challenges. So if I'm a technologist that is going to create solutions, now I have some kind of information on who I'm actually designing for. So everybody in your organization should have AI literacy, no matter the role that they play in the organization. Start by using open source licensed software. That way, finance will not be a barrier. Because you can say we can't afford to actually use these tools. Start by using the free tools. And American models from Meta, Llama, Mistral, they have open source models that you can use. And you can start with those ones. Then you build an AI internal champion in the organization. Somebody that truly, naturally likes using these tools that people can go talk to when they get stuck, that can help them move forward and tell them what they're doing wrong. And Nigeria's AI solution should serve all of Africa and ideally to the world. There's a statement we say in the diaspora, from Africa to the world. And I believe in that wholeheartedly. So the solutions that Lagos builds, if they work in Lagos, they are going to work in Mumbai. They are going to work in all these major global cities that have the same dynamics as we do. And that's how we become the leaders, and that's how we eventually become 40% of global GDP. So, contribution to global GDP by 2030 is 29 trillion. 2030 is 4 years away. So somebody is going to create value, what, 29 trillion? The question is, are you going to be part of that? Because this value is going to be created, and the question is, who creates that value? And right now, as many of us can create that value as we want to. Nobody's locking us out of that. I really want us to think about this. How much of that $29 trillion is going to flow through Lagos? 4 years. You could build an app in 2 weeks. You could deploy it globally in a month. You could iterate on it 4 or 5 times within 3 years, and you could start getting ridiculous amounts of money in 2 years, if you put your mind to it. So really think about that. What can you do starting today, Monday, today, 23rd, this Monday, before 5 p.m.? What can you do? Identify one repetitive process in your org and pilot an AI solution. Just identify one thing. And let's go pilot a solution for it. Get your team to just accelerate AI. Just a 2-hour workshop. If you don't know how to do the 2-hour workshop, type into an LLM like ChatGPT, say, this is my organization. This is what we want to do. Give us a 2-hour workshop that will help us get started on AI. It will build it for you. And you all can just take it and start from there. Explore open source models, like I said, Llama and Mistral. Deploy them on Nigerian infrastructure. Partner across sectors, government, business, academia. We're already at the institute here. Find other people to partner with. The most important thing is to think like a super owner. We have to stop being consumers and become builders. And a builder mindset is an ownership mindset. It's also the mindset of service. Because if you're a builder, you have customers that you must serve. And if you serve them well, they will be sticky and they won't go away. And remember, the barrier is not technical. You don't actually have to have a PhD. You just have to have the desire and the motivation. So every developer in that room, before I even say this, 2019, I was on a trip like this to Lagos. I brought my then boss, who was the CEO of access to the data at GitHub. I ran a query and found them. Like the most powerful projects in the world. How many Nigerians are in those projects? I found these people. I brought my boss to Lagos because he was very interested in meeting the Nigerian developer community because they know that Africa is the future. So start having this relationship as part of our duty. I brought those kids into the same room. And the interesting thing was, for the first time, many of them found each other. They didn't know that they were with each other. They didn't know other people in Nigeria were doing what they were doing. These were kids in Akure. They were not even in Lagos. They were just all over Nigeria, in their rooms, just coding away. They didn't find each other. And that was the thing that was the most powerful. And it was the truly aha moment. So every developer in that room earned their way into that room. Not based on who they know, what family they were born into, or whether they were rich or poor. That truly is the power of the permissionless system. And I want us to live with the idea that we can become 40% of global GDP. And the way you're going to do that is by building businesses. And if you build a solid business and you partner with government with good governance frameworks, you can actually make this happen within 10 years. It doesn't have to be like 2050. It doesn't have to be 2100. It can literally be 2036. Thank you.
Her research and practice engagements involve policy and strategic management, interventions towards digitally transformed businesses and society. As thought leader, Professor David West contributes to policy and market issues about digital transformation, fintech, and financial inclusion. Please join me in welcoming Professor Olayinka David West to moderate our panel of discussion on AI.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's great to be here talking about, I think, let me call it the sexiest topic on the planet right now. Okay? But I think it's important to highlight that today's event is not just a talk show. It's really the convergence of thought to ensure that we're sharing knowledge that is topical and contextual in the world we live in today. And I want to thank the US Consulate for putting this together. And also, it's also nice to have a Nigerian American in the room coming to share perspectives, because sometimes when we have Americans come to share, they don't have our context, right? So that issue around, oh, what's going on, who is fighting with who at the bus stop, it's all part of what we are and who we are. So thank you very much, Dr. Miller, for those perspectives. But also, conversations like this need an ecosystem, right? Different actors and different voices. So we have with us as well today representatives from the government as well as big tech in the US. So it is my honor really to just hold the microphone and ask a few questions and then get them to do all the talking around leveraging artificial intelligence to drive innovation, business, and governance, right? And it's important because when we say innovation, right? Nigeria is really at that pivotal moment in terms of our digital journey. Right now, we have different strategies. Last 2 years ago, right, Shade, we sat down to craft a Nigeria AI strategy. And the whole idea of that is how do we start to use these technologies to advance business and society and government as well. So we have an AI strategy, but then artificial intelligence isn't the future. A lot of us are thinking about, Star Trek, beam me up, Scotty, and all these futuristic things. It is now. And that's what we need to embrace. So yes, you go outside and you don't see any semblance of AI, right? In terms of, let's say, traffic management. But it is here. And we need to sort of say, how do we start to apply these things into our everyday lives? So it's really about reshaping how we do business, deliver services, and solving our most pressing challenges. Anyone living in Lagos, our biggest challenge is traffic, right? So how do we apply AI to traffic? But the question for us is not about will AI transform our economy and society, it's how do we harness AI to create opportunities. Dr. Miller put up a slide, how many $1 billion by 2030. But then again, Nigeria, we also have our aspirations, right? We want a $1 trillion economy. How is AI going to help us deliver on that? So we also have aspirations that we need to weave into this story. So today's panel is really a panel of industry leaders to provide practical insights. And if you notice, Dr. Miller was not technical. She was not technical. So this is a conversation for all of us. Because in whatever we do, we have some component of the transformation. And what we're trying to say is, how do we become an AI-first country? Okay, so we have seasoned experts, and thank you to the U.S. Consulate General, as well as the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Dr. Miller back to the stage, where she would sit with us. And I'd also like to invite Shade Dada. Shade is the Public Policy Manager, Anglophone West Africa Connectivity and Innovation Policy Manager at Meta. In her role, she addresses some of the complex public policy challenges of our times, including artificial intelligence, content moderation, privacy and data protection, safety and security, freedom of expression, internet shutdowns, the impact of the internet on economic growth, new opportunities for democratic engagement. So Shade really wears a big portfolio because, again, it's not just about having the tools, but again, ensuring that these tools make impact. Then I would also like to invite Dr. Faliat Jimo, and she's the Head of Innovation at the Digital Inclusion Southwest Zonal Office of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, where she specializes in digital inclusion initiatives. She brings advanced research and analytical capabilities to drive technology adoption and regulatory compliance within Nigeria's digital ecosystem. Her work focuses on systems analysis and technology development to advance Nigeria's digital transformation. Welcome, ladies. So I don't know if you've noticed, but this is a unique panel. Does anyone know why? Huh? Are we happy about it? Huh? Are the men jealous? Huh? Are the men jealous? Well, okay, so I think, again, starting on that note, but leading in this sector. On some panels, sometimes you look for women, and some, so it's very rare. So please give the ladies a big round of applause. So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Miller, because, again, you've broken it down. And it's really now, I think the question now is, the ideas are nice, they're big, right? But then how do we go from idea or knowing to doing and then scaling, especially as we talk about government and business? Because what we're looking at is, Okay, we know AI is here. We have pilots that, and we have a sea of pilots. Let's try this out. Let's try that out. But again, so what, in your own ways of words, what are the practical ways organizations can think about it? How do they think around what internal skill enablers do they need to have? Because sometimes organizational readiness or institutional readiness is also one of the limiting factors. So can you just break it down a little bit? So as people go organizations, they can think about, okay, what should I be looking for to test our AI readiness and the ability to bring in these new tools? Thank you.
I think a very simple one is what I said. Every organization has some form to fill. Whatever you're doing, there's some form between you and your customer. There's form, procurement. It is a form that you must fill. And now some human being or some system somewhere has to process that form. Since we already have human beings processing that form, we could ask the human beings to help us design an AI pilot to help them do their work better. So let the people doing that work actually design the system of how will this improve my work. Okay. Now, if they're able to do that, many of them will be able to do that. Then from there on, you now say this is the new way that we work. But it should be something very, very tangible. We don't need to have a committee. There is some, because we will have a committee, the committee will have a report. Okay. We will send the report somewhere, and then we'll now decide which of these 12 initiatives we are going to do. No. Somebody in your company already is, actually, you know what? Your company is already using AI. You just don't know.
You know it, okay. Okay. Well, we're using it in a non-structured manner. So I think going back to your example, so that form, and what you're saying is that it should be organic, right? Start from the owners of the job. So going back to the DG's introduction, this issue of job displacement, AI is coming to take my job. So it's not about AI taking your job, it's redesigning your job and using AI and also upskilling yourself or retraining yourself to know that you can do the same job with AI, right?
Yes.
But then again, you're now going to be working on steroids because you'll be able to do it faster, right?
We're not working on steroids. We're working smarter.
Okay.
So now if my organization needed 10 people to do this, now we could actually still have those 10 people, but the volumes we process could be 1 million times bigger because we can actually grow our pipeline.
Okay. Okay. So we're not reskilling, we're reskilling, but we're also scaling, and we can do more with less. That's the mindset. Fantastic. So Shade, let's come to you again. You have a big role in Meta, but through the Make with Meta AI campaign, right? I think you remember that campaign. Meta encouraged Nigerians to move from simply hearing about AI to implementing actively across Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, turning AI from an abstract into a practical, everyday tool. Beyond driving adoption, what has Meta learned about how Nigerians are engaging with AI, and what lessons can you help inform us in terms of how do we deepen these efforts and ensure that we can get meaningful and responsible use?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. It's a pleasure to be in this atmosphere amongst women on this panel, but also as a Nigerian American as well, who came back home to serve. This topic is amazing to me. I love that you brought up the MECAM campaign because what we discovered at Meta is that we have a high usage of our Meta AI tools in Nigeria compared to a number of other developing countries. And it was something that was quite unique, and it wasn't just because of the sheer population size, but because people actually were leveraging it in their everyday lives across different platforms. And I think one thing that's unique about how we have rolled out AI is that we've done it in a way that is integrated into platforms that people are already using, so that it's not this foreign tool that they have to download and figure out. It exists right there on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on Instagram. But besides the queries that people put in their general searches, what we've discovered is that people are actually using these tools to incorporate into business development, customer service solutions. For instance, you'll find that folks have integrated our AI tools into chatbots that they're using in order to reach more customers. Our large language model, we have a high usage, a high download and reiteration on top of our large language model Llama, for instance, to use by businesses and organizations. People are training on it to have more languages. For instance, DSN, Data Science Nigeria, is one of the organizations that has used our models to bring educational tools, for instance, to people across Nigeria in languages that they understand. And this is a unique opportunity that we see. It's really about democratizing access, right? We heard that from Dr. Miller earlier, lowering the barrier to entry so that everyday individuals can be able to use it. You heard from Acting Consul General earlier in her speech about our Llama Accelerator. That was amazing to me last year when we decided to partner with the government on this accelerator. We had over 900 applications. And I asked them to run the data of where the applications were coming from, because a lot of times we think everything is all the technology and innovations happening in Lagos. That was not the case. We had startups from the east, the north. I mean, it was amazing where we were seeing these applications come from. And they were building really amazing tools in healthcare, in security, in education, transportation. And we were very intentional to ensure that the folks that went through this program, our accelerator, were really solving for key areas that the country was focused on and using it for development. So for us, that's what it's all about. We create these technologies, but do so in a way that local solutions can come from it, that people can build local solutions. So it's not just a big tech company coming from America spoon feeding, but more so utilizing the technology in a local way and enhancing it so that it can create opportunities for people here.
Thank you very much, Ade. And I think just from what Dr. Miller said as well, the way AI has democratized everything is that typically we had information flows from north to south. Now we can also see south to north and south to south. So those are the interconnected nests of AI that we're using and building out in the world we live in today. So Faliat, let's talk from the government side and just sharing with you. Now we have, we've talked about Nigeria. One of our greatest features is population, right? Population, but then again with the demographic dividend, because we have a median age of about 19.1. We're a mobile first economy. We're quite highly educated, etc., etc. So we have a lot of the, the ingredients for greatness, right? But we're not there yet. Okay, Dr. Miller has said that we're not there yet. But then again, with 60% of the population under 25, Nigeria sits at the cusp of this demographic dividend, one that could drive unprecedented innovation, or if under leverage, could be a missed opportunity. And I think that's where the alignment to Dr. Miller's conversation is. From where you sit, as Nigeria positions itself as a more technological hub on the continent, what specific technical, entrepreneurial, and interdisciplinary skills will define the next generation of AI innovators capable of youthful energy into sustainable economic transformation? And I'm saying this on the back of a lot of what you're doing at NITDA with the digital literacy programs that you're running, AI literacy programs. So how do you think we can use all these pieces and use to drive economic transformation? And like, for me, it's the aspiration of $1 trillion economy. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Initially, the question was a bit wide, and then you gave instances of this direction I want. Okay, thank you, everyone, and thank you for having the government in the room. It's always nice to have the government side of life. Everybody blames the government from outside. If only you see what they do inside, you'd realize it's easier to watch the match than to be on the field. Okay, looking at the youthful population that we have, at NITDA, we have realized that the illiterate of this century is not the person that cannot read and write. Actually, the real illiterate is the digital naive, someone that cannot use digital technology. That's the current illiterate. And because of that, we're pushing it all out to see how we can make use of our youthful population, okay, as a resource rather than a negative side of our digital transformation agenda. And looking at that beyond the policy side of life, I want to look at the strategic side of our implementation vis-a-vis of the youthful population. She gave instance of our digital initiative. We are not just rolling out digital initiative, we are very strategic about it. We've been able to identify where the challenges are, where the gaps are, and we have been able to break that down into what we do. For instance, within the AI platform, AI applications and successful deployment, you have those that the core dev that brings in the mathematical side of the models. You have the programmer that does the high-level programming. You have the application developers that look at already models on shelf and build applications on it. And then you have, beyond the application, you also have the marketers, those that will market the application for you to adopt it. And the widest population, the consumers, that will consume that application. I want you all to believe that you can't even consume an application that is designed for you to solve your problem if you don't know how to go about it. And that was why we had to break everything down. We have the 3MT program for those in core level development to see how African can lead the world through Nigeria. That way we have a platform to train youths. They can develop the future of AI coming from Nigeria to Africa to the world. And we have the DL for all. DL for all means take digital initiative to the grassroots. Take it to the exclusive. Those that are excluded should be inclusive. Gone are the days when you think it's only the women that are exclusive. Now we have a lot of males that are exclusive. And it used to be a mindset that we normally believe the rural dwellers are exclusive. I'm telling you, you have people even that live in VI, some of our old mommies that are still very exclusive digitally. So we push out digital for all to see when the demand increases, even the young developer that's put all his life and effort into it will be able to make money for it. And not only that, we're not just developing for Africa. One thing with AI is AI runs on data. We need to sell our whole, we need to build our own Africa data set so that we don't increase bias. I don't want to use terminology. So that AI is not bias. What I mean is that when you train your AI on non-African native, at times it might work for you, at times it might not work for you, depending on what businesses you're running. These are the economic development side of it, and that is why we at NIDA realize the need for us to domesticate AI, not just for Africans, but for the world. But it has to start with us. It has to work for us. Imagine if the taxi driver, the Baba on the taxi park, could listen to a Google map that speaks Yoruba, Yasewaju, Yasenyo, something like that. It would be able to also join Uber and some other digital platform and enhance its business skill. It's as simple as that. The Digital for All initiative goes even to the woman that sells bolly by the roadside, because we kind of realize that. I'll give you a very simple scenario. We went outside Lagos for an event, and the event has what Nigerians call Ashwebi. One of us that flew in a day before from the US needed that same Ashwebi. So we went into one village. We went one woman sewing, and we're like, we want to sew this Ashwebi. Can you sew it for us? We want to get it today. You want to wait for the event? She said, yeah, no problem. How much? She said, because you want to get it today, I'll take 1,000 naira. We look at ourselves like, she said, are you sure she will sew it very well? I'm like, just put on something. Sew it, Mama, take the 1,000. And she saw the cloth fantastic, so beautiful. You wouldn't sew that kind of cloth on the same day in the city without paying like 30K. And the entire world now, looking at the global supply chain, we at NIDA, we want to put our youths on the global supply chain. And the only way we can do that is to push out capacity for everyone without excluding anyone. Gone are the days where you focus more on the techie. Now we're focusing on you and I and everyone. I think I need to stop there.
Great, fantastic. Falia, thank you so much. And you know, you've brought out the issue about inclusion, and for some of us in Lagos, we believe that Lagos is a reflection of Nigeria. It is not. Lagos does not represent Nigeria. Let us understand that there are more people outside of Lagos and who need access to these services. So bringing that out also helps us. And one of the things Shade said is the development is coming from pan-Nigeria. But again, the challenge is access and visibility. How do we bring them out? Because sometimes these grassroots solutions might be the next cure, but because they don't have the same network capital as people in Lagos, they can't come to an event like this, right? How do we get their solutions out in the domain? But Shadi, I want to come back to you on this issue of policy, because it's important. And Valiat started some of these conversations around the guardrails we need to create. And I think I will go from the DG's song at the beginning. Come and see American Wonder, right? Because how do we demystify this for our own local publics, that it is not American Wonder, it is not Meta Wonder, it is Nigerian Wonder? How do we demystify? And what do you think, in your opinion, government needs to do to synergize the environment and also socialize it in a manner that shows that they are aware of it and they're ahead of it in that sense, and keeping the innovators in check? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great question. One of the things that we did at Meta that I think can also be useful within the government is that we created what's called a responsible use guide for our AI tools. So if you're going to go and download, Llama 4.0, when you get there, you see a lot of information around, data privacy, transparency, all of that. So the folks who are actually building with our tools understand some of these guardrails and expectations, and it's simplified for them. I think the government can do that as well. When you talk about AI, what are you creating for the everyday person that's interacting with AI to understand some of these policy guardrails? Lagos State is actually trying something like this right now. They created an AI framework, and it's a tool that you can actually interface with. It's interactive, and I was quite impressed when I saw that roll out. The other thing I would say is that, for instance, at Meta, we have what's called a digital literacy community of practice. We now have in Nigeria over 80 different organizations that are part of this community of practice. And we've been building it for several years, where we have organizations from across the country that represent different demographics, different types of expertise, socioeconomic groups, and they go and teach to others in their communities about digital, anything digital really. And it's like a train-the-trainer model. For instance, they are able to go to places that we're unable to go. The government can also adopt this type of model where you have a community of practice around policies that are relevant for AI, where it's not just the entity itself, the federal agency or ministry or department that is having to do this work, but they have key individuals within organizations, within faith communities or what have you, who are taking this information about the policies directly to the users, to the everyday person. NITA is doing something like this for its digital for all initiative. In fact, I was so impressed because the DG shared with me their dashboard, where they literally can see, in different communities where they are, what is the literacy level, all this data that they have. The same can be used on the policy level, not just for upskilling around the technology itself, but also to help people gain awareness about key policy developments and use of technology in a responsible way. I think you can reach more people with this type of model.
Of scaling and education. But this time around, I'm going to ask Dr. Miller a question for people like me in business schools, right? because you let out the the gauntlet and said everyone go and start using AI in your organizations, which is good, but don't forget that from a governance perspective, right? We also need to take responsibility if something goes wrong, right? So when we're thinking about AI, how do businesses and their boards and their leadership start thinking about AI? And how do we start to put in some of these organizational guardrails? And what training, for example, should business schools like myself be doing in the Nigerian ecosystem to enhance that? We're doing some already, but let me hear what you have to say just in case.
So there are different tiers of organizations. We have some that are high security, like banking. So I won't be like, do a free-for-all inside their bank. No. If you're an organization that has PII, personally identifiable information, of your customers, you can't just be playing willy-nilly with that kind of information. But even those organizations have data that doesn't have PII, just simple things that they can have access to. So the very first thing that every organization has to ask itself is, what data is available? What data can anyone access? And what data is private data that you can't access? Once you've separated out the data, then I think you should, don't even create the framework yet, because there is a low stakes of if something goes wrong. Because we're not using any personally identifiable data. We're using the anonymized data. We just want people to play. The most important part is the playing. We forget that play plays a very crucial role. Because if you're scared to play, you're not going to innovate. But make sure that you clean the data and separate it. Because the real issue when something is because you have taken something that is private and used it in a way that is not appropriate. So clean your data, separate out what people can play with, what's in the sandbox that we can all play with, and what should be privately held.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So for the audience, what Dr. Miller is saying is, don't just go and start and put all the information online. So for example, for me, don't go and put your student data online because it could be personally identifiable. And then you have another arm of government called the National Data Protection Commission that would come and hit you with a fine because you have violated privacy rules in general. But I think this issue about the sandbox is important. How do we get people to play? And I think the whole idea of playing starts with a curious mindset. Just asking yourself, what can I do differently? How can AI do this differently for me? So one thing I've been challenging my assistant with every day is give me my run of the day. So I know what's ahead of me, etc. So I went into Google Workspace today and said, oh, tell me what my week is like. Use my calendar, use my tasks, and it gave me a whole plan for my week. So if I want to say, oh, how do I squeeze out?
Well, there are some applications that allow you to still have your data like your data within your local environment, and you still be able to use models virtually without really uploading your data outside your premise. And the last one, like example that she gave, you can download simple models like Llama. Your IT department can play around with it, put it your own GPU or your whatever infrastructure you have, and try to work on it. Over time, you start training with your own local data. Over time, you would realize that you actually built your own infrastructure from in-house with baby step. So let not be scared like, oh, what they're saying, they're talking, Prof is talking about business is not government. I'm from government, and a lot of government have started embracing AI. And I believe those 3 little steps will go a long way to help. Okay, so where are we nationally? We had realized that the crude oil for AI is data. We had tried to push out the Nigerian data strategy, the data framework. You might want to look into it, especially most of us in the room are government. That way you understand what data can go where. The second thing is, based on the national AI strategy, at NIDA we are pushing adoption like no other across different verticals of the society, from health to education to agro businesses. We are partnering. I'm so glad she understands that we have partners because we realize we cannot sit in Abuja and domesticate AI across every villages and every town. We're partnering like we've never been, both locally and internationally. In fact, we even partner with core members. We have digital literacy champions that go deep down into those forests to make sure that even that fisherman knows how to use WhatsApp business to snap the freshest fish down to the city. And I could go on and talk about what we do, but the most important thing we could take from here is for us to know that AI is the future. It's no longer a buzzword. And we had realized that government that doesn't leap on the technology called AI will be far behind. Gone are the days when Africa and Nigeria always play catch up on technology. We no longer want to play catch up. We invest in like no other. We supporting developers like no other. We're supporting policies like no other. We're supporting adoption like no other because we believe that AI will disrupt and it will continue to disrupt. And it will not make sense that when AI has given us the field, equal field to play along with superpowers, we still did not take advantage of that. So at NIDA, we no longer joke with this word. And I also want to employ all of us. You see that phone on your hand is everything now. Now you can train yourself. You can even learn some of these things. Tell your maybe ChatGPT, whatever platform you're using, I want to learn this, I want to learn that. It will take you through it. You really don't need to be in a room like this to be the next guru. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities are abound. So I think the next thing is how do you start to talk to your AI chat, your LLM and your chat GPTs? And that's where prompting comes in. So you need to master how to prompt so you can get the right types of feedback and the right type of assistance. But we're soon running out of time. So I'll just ask my panelists one more question, and then we're going to come to the audience for a few questions. If you so just write down your questions. I'm asking you all the same question. Nigeria's AI market is projected to grow, and we know we've seen the numbers between 2025 and 2050, and contributing to that national economy, however we want to define the contribution and growth. But from your perspectives, I want you to sort of identify what 3 things are needed to ensure that we can take the benefits of AI into economic prosperity. And I want us, again, so the way I'm going to run this is, there's 3 of us, so I need 9 answers, unique answers, yes. So there's going to be no repetition, okay? So, there's going to be no repetition, okay? So we have 9 answers. So if somebody has said what you want to say, you're going to have to find a way, and no paraphrasing either. Okay, so I'm going to make it difficult. But again, since we have a visitor in our midst, right, we would be courteous and allow Dr. Miller to start. So
3 ways of how we're going to engage in this economy that we're going to create. So I have the first one. I actually have it on my blog, Vibe Coding Mini Apps. Does anybody know about the decentralized web? I'm a Nigerian true and true. I believe everything should be sovereign. I don't want to use this person's cloud. I want to use my own cloud. So I want to use all my own systems. And when you create an application, like a web app, like an application on your phone, you really have to go through either the Apple Store or the Google Play Store to get your application to the world. And everybody downloads it from the stores. The thing about those stores is the Apple Play Store, for example, every dollar that comes through, they take 30%. And 30% is a lot. So if I'm in Nigeria and I made $100 and you've taken $30, that's a lot. And so people were fighting to make this not a thing anymore. And now the issue was,
how do you get distribution? If you don't want to go to the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, how are you going to get distribution? People are not going to know that your product exists. Well, now there are other places to go through. Things like Telegram, which has 1 billion people on it every single day, and you can deploy applications on there as web apps. Now, I saw a bunch of women vibe coding these apps.
Okay.
They were just vibe coding it. They were just building whatever. You know how you have a book club? But instead of the book club reading a book, we'll all just come together and just vibe code something.
Yeah.
Just like over a rosé, just vibe code something. I mean, you have to be normal.
So that's
now.
number one, Dr. Miller. Number two?
Number two is when you vibe code that thing, put payment platform inside it so that it's not just people can use your application, you can create value that people will pay for. So you have to challenge yourself to be not just a builder, but a builder entrepreneur.
Okay.
If you can create value that people will pay for, now you are literally bringing money to the world via your talent.
Okay. Number three? Okay, we can come back for number three. Okay, go ahead. Shade?
Okay, so one of the big things that I think we need to focus on for the economic development we want to see is how do we export talent? Create an environment where we have skilled enough people that they can actually sell the knowledge and skills that they have outside of Nigeria. We have to start within Nigeria, of course, sell your skill sets here, but also selling it across the continent and selling it to other countries. That is one way that we can develop quite a bit of economic development over the next few years, is if we export that talent. And you don't have to physically go somewhere. We know other countries are doing this today, where you know where you need to go and get specific types of resources from another country. That is something that Nigeria is already working on harnessing, but that we need to spend a whole lot more energy and time on for more people to be able to benefit from this AI development that's going on globally. The other thing I would say is education. We need to ensure that AI upskilling is not just done, for coders and developers after they reach a certain age. It needs to be something that is included in basic education from as young as possible. And what is the beauty of AI is that you don't have to do that on a computer, a personal computer. We are a mobile-first country, and so we should be able to leverage mobile phones to be able to accomplish this. It will require the training of teachers, of course, but if we can get individuals at a very, very young age interested in AI and then also skilled in AI, they'll begin to start thinking about solutions that they can use AI to develop. And it could be for economic benefit, it could be for social development, but that education from a very, very young age is important. I think.
Do you have a third? Don't do like those from
It's hard.
It's hard.
I think those was. Oh, I guess it's kind of related. I'm not paraphrasing, I promise. But one of the things I always tell people, I get organizations like Women in Technology in Nigeria that say, "Oh, come and speak as a woman in technology," and usually they want like engineer people. I'm not an engineer. So I have a doctorate in jurisprudence, right? Law. My master's is in telecom, but it's on management and economics and the intersection with that with policy. My first degree is in journalism. I'm not a technical person by studying or even by nature, but I'm in this space and have been for quite some time. What we need to also do is teach individuals, teach people that being able to leverage or be a part of this boom in technology does not mean that you have to be a core technocrat. That there are other areas you can play in. We need people who are in the regulatory space. We need people who are in HR. We need different skill sets, and soft skills are extremely important. Business skills are important in order for us to be able to fully harness the potential that AI has. So I think that would be the third one, is to encourage people to enter this space, even if they're not hardcore technical individuals.
Fantastic. So, Thalia, don't, no pressure
No
whatsoever.
pressure. Okay.
No pressure.
I have got my three, but I want to speak on some of what they said in relation to what we do at NIDA.
No, we don't have time. Just give
just
us your
one
three,
thing.
please. Yes, just your three.
That will benefit
just
everyone.
Your three,
yeah.
just your three. Just your three. Your three. Quickly.
Okay. For my three, create innovative policies that allow AI to thrive. Work so much on adoption. Don't just create policies out there. Strive to work on implementation strategy that allows adoption to take place. And then the third thing is for you to drive inclusivity of AI in your country is one of the fastest or the best thing you could do for yourself. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. So, audience, the time. We already have a hand up. Please make it a question. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists. My name is Nimi Adebayo. Dr. Falila, it's nice to see you once again. I was at some of your events last year, I think. So I'm a defense analyst. I'm working into getting into machine learning engineering in the defense sector by God's grace. I didn't study technology in school, but I taught myself 3D design, animation, vibe coded 2 applications last year, and created podcasts, all using artificial intelligence. So basically, my question is moving from consumer to producer, because I think that is how we can get Africa and Nigeria on the map. While we're still talking about AI, at the level we're speaking about it right now, we're all still consumers rather than producers. And when I vibe coded these applications last year, I spent considerable amount. It was through a hackathon, and I had to sit down and imagine creating those applications without the resources that these hackathons provided. And I'm telling you, I would have had to spend nearly all of my allowance that NYSC is paying me right now. And that's for an application that I just wanted to test the idea. It was still idea stage. I got users onboarded and all of that. But basically, the question I have is, as much as we are saying, okay, AI here, bringing it down to the level and all of that, reducing the barrier of entry, even at the consumer stage, the barrier is very low. And in the producer stage, it is very, very the barrier is very high rather. So how do you get people to move from consumers to producers and reduce this barrier? Because data is also there. You have to buy so much data to do all of these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nimi.
So there's Pository. I'm Pamela from the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. And my question is, how do you filter what is wrong? When you say, when you know AI is what you give to, you put in the internet or you put out there that will become a data for the AI to use. How do you now remove the wrong data, the wrong information, so that there will not be bad news or maybe a fake reports, a fake news? Definitely people will say, when you go to the internet, you get fake news, because these are the news that somebody might have put there that AI has taken, and all of a sudden it rounds up. How do you filter that in that sense?
How do we clean the data on the GPUs, etc.?
Yeah, this is a really tough one. I think that we have to think quite creatively. Okay. So one of the things that I like that came out of the National AI Strategy was something called the AI Collective. What is the AI Collective? It's a group of organizations, individual, government, different sectors coming together on a number of different topics under AI, whether it's this concept of infrastructure access, academia, private sector partnerships. It's a number of things together. And one of the things I like about it is that folks who are experiencing common issues can come together and work together on those solutions. So for instance, for infrastructure, say there are a number of organizations or individuals who are trying to build solutions, but they don't have access to the infrastructure. Imagine a situation where you can co-locate and work together. Maybe you find someone who is working on something similar to you, needs the same access to those same resources, can come together to co-locate in one place to do that, or pitch to one particular entity to provide that access. One of the things that was shared during that AI strategy process was government partnerships with infrastructure providers, for instance, on GPUs. I think this is something that the government has to press into, lean pretty heavy on, because that is still a key barrier that we experience here in Nigeria. The other thing I would say is access to information about things like these hackathons. We used to do a lot of hackathons as Meta, and what we found was that we got a lot of the same people participating in these hackathons, and they usually were quite short-lived. So what we then decided, we need to do more accelerators, we needed to do more academies where we can have them for a longer stretch of time, really invest into these organizations, but then also cast a wider net to where the information goes out to get interested individuals. And it has helped us to be able to give resources to more people who hadn't or already received access to those resources. So forming communities where we share information when these opportunities present themselves, so that more people can take advantage of, for instance, when we do these accelerators, we do equity-free financing. We do partnerships with our top researchers within our company to guide the businesses and developers that are part of it. We need to be able to share that information more widely so people can have access to those sorts of resources. So for me, it's all about how do we pull resources together from different places in order to make a more efficient use of what exists today, and also about ensuring that the government prioritizes some aspects of the value chain that is quite inhibiting right now, being infrastructure and access to finance.
Okay, great. Thank you, Shade. So, work in progress. I know that's not quite what you want to hear, but I'll share some more later on. So, Dr. Miller, how do or remove wrong information on the internet? I have to ask you this because, again, you're the global expert. So at least it's not an exact answer, but just give us your thoughts in terms of how do we reduce fake news and help, because that's also another problem where a lot of what people are seeing are fake news, fake visuals that are being generated with AI. So how do we sort of try and manage that and reduce that for the audience? Thank you.
Okay. How many of you are in your family WhatsApp group? How many of you have received misinformation from your uncles? I have gotten to the point where I confront them. I'll be like, Uncle, we are better than this. This is AI. And the reason why you're sharing this is because of X, Y, and Z. And it's so clear that this video has been shared over and over and over again. And so we are the first source to actually stop that disinformation. And it's not to attack our family members. It's to actually ask very simple questions. Where is the source of this information coming from? Who made this video? Half the time, nobody knows the answer. If we don't know who made it, delete instantly. And then if misinformation comes up through an LLM, like you're using something like ChatGPT or Google Gemini or something, and the answer that it came up with is clearly wrong, because it has crawled the web page with that data. At the end of every query, there's usually a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Do the world a favor, press the thumbs down. And when you press the thumbs down, there's usually a box that asks you why. If you know that it's a false information, write in there, this is false information, and I know because of X, Y, Z, and here is proof. They will take that feedback, and in the next version of the model, that information is removed. So over time, that's how you actually wash negative information out. But it's a two-pronged approach. Stop retweeting things that you do not know the provenance. If you don't know who wrote it, but it's appealing to you, ask yourself, why is this appealing to me? Is this something that I wish was true and is not true? So just stop pushing negative information out there.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what Dr. Miller is saying is there's a human in the loop. Yes. And in this process, we are that human. So the every day we don't take an action, we're also perpetuating the problem. So we're part of the system. It's one big ecosystem, but we also need to help train these models so they don't continue lying to us. Okay? Thank you. Now, Faliat, the last question that we have from Femi, right? So again, job displacements, new jobs created, it's really two sides of the same coin. So I think what he's asking is, we know some of these jobs that we know today are going. How are we re-educating people? Because again, we have a very standardized educational curriculum in Nigeria. And then what is the government doing around all these things to ensure that, as Sade said, we want to be a talent factory, right? But are we creating the right skill sets to be part of that global talent factory? So what's the government doing to ensure that we are building the new skills? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to respond to this based on the three options I gave. The first is policy. You'll see that the national AI policy has talent development as one of the core key pillars for a government that identifies the fact that AI is not going to take job. Those using AI are the one that will take the job. Let me tell you, AI is not coming to take your job, but those adopting AI, they are the one coming after you to take your jobs. So for a country that identifies the fact that we need to build talent such that when the old jobs are left, we'll build our people to be able to adopt AI to take the next generation of future work. So from the talent side of life, we came out with the policy, we roll out the strategy, and I want to tell you one of the good news now is that we have gone even as far as collaborating with Ministry of Education. Now the good news is we are introducing digital literacy from primary school to secondary school, and we're working with NUC to look at the rigid curriculum. You cannot graduate with computer science and still program in the olden days COBOL. Things just have to change. And while we're working on that, we also partner with the industry to make sure we take tech ops into those institutions to leapfrog, because we need to move faster. We can't continue. You know, there's this saying that policy moves at a different speed, but technology moves at the speed of light, but the policy moves at the speed of the law. So while the paperwork is taking time, we also try as much as possible to institute tech hubs so that those key talents that will take the future job is being instituted in an environment that is closer. And I want you all to look through our 3MTT program. We're exporting skills now, and we're looking into talent programs like no other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we have some questions here, but a lot of those questions are really NITA-related questions. So I'll give them to Faliat, and Faliat, you can find, Faliat, take now. You can find her afterwards. But honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I think that for me, the questions that you've also asked have demonstrated the level of interest in AI, not just from the individual perspective, but also from the public safety perspective. How do we ensure that what we're being fed is really accurate and things like that? Then also, how do we look towards what does the future look like? How do we future-proof our country? Because by 2050, population is estimated to be 400 million. That's an awful number of people, right? So how do we start to think about what are those people going to do? What are they going to eat? Where are they going to sleep? What are they going to do for economic prosperity? So for me, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the panelists have done an amazing job in sharing with us their future, their goals, and what we need to do as a country. Thank you very much. But from different hats I wear, I think let's not be disheartened. We're doing as much as possible within the AI space, but it's also not AI as an end in itself, but it's how do we use AI to solve social problems in healthcare, in education, in agriculture, even in government services, so all those forms, right? So you don't have to fill the same form over and over again. So how do we use AI? But one thing I would leave with you is AI is really three big things, right? Pattern recognition and trend analysis. More than you can do it on your own. Process automation, and then predictions and future looking and predictions. So if you think of those three things, anything you need to do, oh, I want to compare this and that, AI can do it. Oh, I want to know what's going to happen in the future, AI can help you guess. It's not a crystal ball, but at least it gives you some direction of travel and how you should be thinking about these things. So what we need to do, all of us, is how do we re-educate ourselves? Because maybe AI is not taking your job, but somebody who knows AI will be the one that will take your job. So it's not a function of age. It's intergenerational. It's available to everybody. It's inclusive. So let's embrace new future, and let's do wonderful things by putting Nigeria back on that map to realize the benefits, the economic benefits of AI. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. So I think our panelists, Madam CG, I think you want to take a picture with the DG.
The planned state visit of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the United Kingdom on 18th March 2026 represents a major moment in the strengthening of Nigeria and British relations. Accompanied by the First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, the President is expected to participate in high-level engagements, including ceremonial events hosted by His Majesty King Charles III, with activities taking place in part at Windsor Castle. This visit, the first full state visit by a Nigerian leader to the UK in nearly 4 decades, signals a renewed commitment to strategic cooperation between both nations. Relations between Nigeria and the United Kingdom are built on long-standing historical, economic, and cultural ties, but in recent years, they have become more structured and forward-looking. Bilateral trade remains strong, with billions of pounds in goods and services exchanged annually across sectors such as energy, finance, education, agriculture, and technology. The signing of the Enhanced Trade and Investment Partnership marked a significant step in removing trade barriers and expanding investment opportunities, while the Nigerian-UK Strategic Partnership provides a broader framework for cooperation in security, governance, migration, climate action, and people-to-people exchanges. The expected gains from President Tinubu's visit are both symbolic and practical. Economically, the visit is expected to boost investor confidence in Nigeria's ongoing reforms and attract greater British investment into priority areas such as energy transition, infrastructure, digital innovation, and financial services. Discussions may also expand market access for Nigerian exports and encourage stronger private sector collaboration. In the area of security, both countries share interests in counter-terrorism, maritime security, and regional stability in West Africa, and the visit provides an opportunity to deepen defense and intelligence cooperation. Beyond government engagements, the visit is expected to strengthen educational, cultural, and diaspora links, reinforcing long-term people-to-people connections. Overall, the March 18, 2026 visit is poised to consolidate a modern, results-driven partnership built on trade expansion, security cooperation, investment mobilization, and mutual prosperity, positioning Nigeria and the United Kingdom for a deeper and more strategic future relationship. Breaking news: Biscon TV indeed has a global reach. I attest to this happy discovery. This is to happily inform the world that Biscon TV can be watched clearly from all parts of the world. My favorite TV channel is Biscon TV, where I savor the exciting programs, news, sports, politics, as well as entertainment and lifestyles broadcast. As the chief correspondent of Biscon TV globally, I am super proud of all the staff and others at large who have contributed to this huge milestone. All operatives on Biscon TV, newscasters, news producers, editors, script writers, sports editors, analysts, studio managers, and more should consider themselves as proud broadcasters. The world at large has taken adequate attention of your global strides. Just be on your toes to break more grounds in the broadcasting and the media landscape of the world.
The 2021 edition of Legends of Nollywood Awards, an annual event aimed at honoring Nigerian movie stars, identifying and recognizing talented men and women in the creative arts, took place Thursday, 17th, 2021 at the Mosan Center, Onikan, Lagos. The event began with musical and dance performances to entertain the audience, followed by the rendition of the Nigerian national anthem and the Legends of Nollywood anthem by Colonel Oga, a musician. Dr. Mrs. Paul Obazale, the wife of the convener of the Legends of Nollywood's award, LONA, Paul Obazale, gave the opening speech. She thanked the Almighty God and guests for the 2020 edition in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic. She said the LONA, in collaboration with its partners, is aimed at empowering the less privileged and persons with disabilities, among others. She expressed joy over the fact that the Nigerian military collaborated with the movie industry to produce movies aimed at addressing security challenges in the country. She also called on the Nigerian government to collaborate more with the media industry as a whole.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we chose film and national building as the theme for the 2021 editions of LON Awards because of our conviction that if properly exploited, the film can be used as instrument for the enhancement of national security. You will agree with me that from inception of Nollywood industry, films by Nollywood practitioners have constituted a veritable source of inspiration for our economic, political, social, and cultural life, and its impact in harnessing national security cannot be overemphasized. We are all witnesses to how Nollywood has empowered Nigerians, especially our teeming youths, by providing employment for them in various stages of the production process. This has not only kept them engaged, it has in no small measure contributed to the sustenance of the national security. Ladies and gentlemen, well-meaning individuals, we ask you to kindly support us whenever we come knocking so that we can keep this noble initiative running. Thank you and God bless you.
The convener of the Legends of Nollywood Awards, Paul Obazale, poured encomium on his spiritual father, Apostle Anselm Madubuko of the Revival Assembly, for the spiritual role he played in Nollywood, and invited him on stage to say a word of prayer and bless the audience.
The first thing that occurred to me was to bring my father in. Because a child who goes on a journey without the father holding his hand will lost his way. He had taught me, settle it spiritually first before you come out physically. And I knew that the only way Nollywood could control wealth was to deal with the spiritual. And therefore, innocently, I invited my father in. And when he came in, he summoned all the presidents of Nollywood. Sam Azubike, you will bear witness to that. We all came in and he poured oils on our head. And then
Nollywood blossom heavily.
The wicked ones will not take that which belongs to you. Jesus will show up for you. I want to bless you. Can you stand up just for 2 minutes? We came here for something else. It's not a sermon. But for coming into this place, the beautiful atmosphere, I say to you, be blessed. From today, your going in and your coming out will be different. And I dare to say, in the name of Jesus the Christ, that it is well with you. With your family, with everything around you. Goodness and mercy surely shall follow you all the days of your life. And you will dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. God bless you. God bless you.
Among the eminent personalities that graced the occasion were the Minister of State for Budget and Planning, Prince Clem Agba, General Manager, Corporate and Investment Banking, Sterling Bank PLC, Pastor Moji Bakare, Media Producer and Director, Zeb Ejiro, actors Ernest Obi, Saint Obi, Zach Orji, among others. Biscon TV crew caught up with some of the dignitaries who talked about their expectations and lauded the Legends of Nollywood Awards projects. The Minister of State for Budget and Planning, Prince Clem Agba, congratulated the movie industry and the convener of the Legends of Nollywood Awards, Paul Obazele, for the good work in the creative industry and encouraged them to keep up the good work. He also spoke on the need to make Nigeria better, noting that this will require the collective efforts of all Nigerians, not just the government alone.
The point I'm trying to make is that you need more than one person to get this country going. You need all of us. It is you and it is I. If we continue to see the negatives and preach negative, just like Pastor said, that is what you get. If you don't say amen to good, it means you want bad. And bad you will attract. What you think is what you get. Nigeria is a great country. Nigeria has potentials to be extremely rich. I said yesterday when the World Bank gave their report, I was asked if I was surprised about the statistics, and I said no. Backstage we see those numbers, and that is why we talk about reforms. But because Nigerians think that Nigeria is an extremely rich country, we want petroleum products subsidized, we want power subsidized, and you don't have the money, and we have to borrow for infrastructure. If you want to have omelette, you have to break eggs. Now is the time to break those eggs and reform our country so that we can come back on the path of growth. Thank you.
The head of Sterling Bank Entertainment, who spoke on behalf of the General Manager, Corporate and Investment Banking, Pastor Mrs. Moji Bakare, highlighted the need to finance the media and creative industry rather than focusing on other sectors such as the oil and gas, property, and other sectors. He talked about the importance of monetizing the entertainment industry.
Today we are celebrating legends. Some of these legends, how do they monetize their intellectual property? How do they turn it into assets that they can use as collateral and go to bank and say, give me money against this catalog? We've seen different programs that have been aired from maybe the early days of movie making in Nigeria. Where are those catalogs today? Where are they being kept? Who is able to monetize or put a value on those assets? So it's important for us to be able to dimension this sector very well, and that is the work that we're trying to do. We do not understand it. We recognize that financial institutions do not understand the entertainment industry quite well, but we are ready to do that job, and that is the work that we're doing. Thank you. And so in trying to do that work, like I said, we have to try and monetize intellectual property. Once we're able to do that, then it becomes very easy for a creative, a director, a movie producer to say, I have this revenue stream, I have this asset. Can you give me so much against it? That is better than you going to a bank and say, give me sponsorship. We've been doing a lot of sponsorship. That is fine. But why can't you bring in the bank to put in a lot more money? And the way you can attract them is to say, I have this. Maybe when I become 60, 70, we won't be doing go fund money. When somebody is sick or he needs, small, stipend to sustain himself.
Also on ground to give his speech was the head, Small and Medium Enterprises EcoBank, Emeka Agada. He lauded the role the movie industry has played in Nigeria. He said EcoBank has and will always be at the forefront of supporting the arts and entertainment industry.
We are constantly seeking ways to project the African continent in a positive light, which is why we have remained the partner of choice for the creative industry in Nigeria and across Africa. I find it interesting, the choice of film and national security as the theme for today's event. Indeed, the movie industry has great role to play in the peace and stability of any nation. It may interest us to know that when Royal Pictures Limited approached us for sponsorship some years ago, without hesitation, we obliged them. For 2 years running, we have partnered Royal Pictures for the training and capacity building program for the physically challenged and less privileged individuals in the society. So specifically, we have been playing a leading role in the arts and entertainment industry. We understand the significant role they have always played to ensure a better society for all. Like you know, we have a long-standing partnership with Terra Culture, that is Bolanle Austin Peters, who has come out with various movies such as the Blind Lagosians, Moremi, the musical, Fela and the Kalakuta Queens, the Olorunbi musical, and others. Recently, we also supported The Wait, a movie inspired by the popular book from renowned lawyer and entrepreneur Yewande Zakers. We recently sponsored the African Music Awards Afrima. We are also the lead sponsor of the widely acclaimed business reality show, The Lion's Den, which is going to be airing from October 2021. At this point, let me thank the organizers of this event and everyone here present for the opportunity given to us by Royal Pictures to sponsor this elite event. And I want to say thank you very much and God bless you.
The award kicked off with a musical performance. The first LON award was presented to Sam Awoyinka and Azu Arinze by Gloria Anoze and Zeb Ejiro.
And this is going to Sam Awoyinka, today's choice. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
I want to thank the organizers of this event because I'm getting this award for being a contributor to building Nollywood. For my write-ups in Today's Choice as a reporter, that is in the early 90s. I thank God that Gloria Anoze Young mentioned it this afternoon this evening that we went to school together. We were in NIJ together for journalism course before we went to university. I want to thank the organizers of this event, and I say thank you. God bless you all.
On behalf of Legends of Nollywood Award, I present this award to you.
on behalf of my boss, Ichie Aswanrize, I will say thank you to the convener of this award, Legend of Nollywood Award. So thank you.
The next award was presented by Apostle Anselm Madubuko to the Minister of State for Budget and Planning, Honorable Minister Clem Agba, and the Ohaneze Ndigbo Lagos Chapter, Chief Solomon Agweme.
Well, on behalf of the Legends of Nollywood, I present this award, Prince, Honorable Minister Clem Agba, to you. Thank you for the great work you're doing. Time will surely reward you.
Thank you very much, Legends of Nollywood, for this award. I seldom accept awards, and every week I get letters of award, but I only accept those that I know, those that I trust, those that I like to be associated with. And for me, I have known Paul for over a while now. I know his antecedents, I know he's real, I know that he means well for our country. So I wholeheartedly accept this. I say thank you very much for the award, and I'm grateful.
On behalf of the Legends of Nollywood, I hand over this to you, Chief Solomon Agwene. Congratulations for the great thing you're doing for Ndigbo and Nigeria as a whole. God bless you, sir.
Igbo kwenu, Igbo kwezwenu, ọ ga-adị unu mma n'aha Jesus.
The Legend of Nollywood Award, on behalf of my family and my friends, I say thank you very much. May God reward you people in Jesus' name.
Ohaneze.
The Honorable Minister Clem Agba and Pastor Mrs. Moji Bakare presented the next award to Chief Dr. Ifeanyi Obi, represented by the Ohaneze Ndigbo, Chief Solomon Agweme, and Alhaja Fatai Ayola.
On behalf of Legends of Nollywood, the Honorable Minister and myself, we humbly present this award to you in honor of all the great works you've been doing in Nollywood, and we hope that this will ginger you to be able to do more. So this award is presented to Chief Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwuma Odi. So you're receiving it on his behalf. Congratulations.
On behalf of my younger brother, Ifeanyi Chukwuma Odi, the Legend of Nollywood Award, I say thank you, and this message will get to him. Thank you very much.
So the minister and I, on behalf of the Legend of Nollywood, present this to Alhaji Fatai Ayola for the great work he's been doing in Nollywood, and we present this to you, Alhaja, and I hope that he gets it. Thank you very much. On behalf of my council chairman, Honorable Fatai Ayola, we say a big thank you to the Legends. Paul, we love and God love you most. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Certificates were presented to the graduates of a 2-week course in production, costume, and script writing, sponsored by EcoBank and other partners of the Legends of Nollywood Awards. The highlight of the event was when persons with disabilities were also called up stage to receive the certificates. The best graduating students among them was promised the sum of 50,000 naira by Apostle Anselm Madubuko. 3 other best graduating students were also promised 200,000 naira by other dignitaries present.
We'll give you a token of 50,000 each. Okay? for being the best. God blesses the best. And we wish you, I pray for you. We pray that your future will be stronger.
Amen.
In the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Paul will give it to you, okay?
At least there are two best. All of them, I'll give them 200,000 naira.
Movie star Zach Orji and the General Manager, Corporate and Investment Banking, Sterling Bank PLC, Pastor Mrs. Moji Bakari, presented the LON Award to actress Gloria Anozie, actor Sunday Omobolanle, also known as Papi Lue, actress Ngozi Ezeonu, and actress Ngozi Nwosu.
On behalf of Legend of Nollywood, Zakoji and I, we present this to you. Gloria Anozie Young for Glamour Girl. Can we clap? Clapping is an investment. Yes, and the surname. And you know, there's something that they say that there's something in a name. Young, that she's ever looking young. Congratulations.
Well, I'd like to thank the organizers of Legend of Nollywood Award. Thank you very much, very, very much for this. At least I do have something to show for Glamour Girls again. Yes, no, 94. Can you imagine? Don't be mentioning these ages now. My name is Young. Thank you, everyone.
Indeed, Papi Lue is a legend in this industry. He has inspired a lot of people who have come into this industry by reason of the work he has done. Congratulations. And God will keep on strengthening you and keeping you there to keep inspiring younger people. Congratulations.
It's a pity my darling wife is not around now. Because this award is not for me. It's not for my brother and my sister. It's for the most beautiful wife, which is Peju Ogumola Omobolanle. Thank you very much. I thank everybody. May God bless you.
This particular award is being given to her from the movie she did, Neck at the Pretty Serpent. And that also is decades ago, and she's still looking as young as this. Congratulations.
Before you speak, I can't be here and not speak to you. I remember, watching Neck at the Pretty Serpent. And that film was such an engaging one, extremely engaging. I mean, it brought out a lot of values in you as an actress and in a lot of people that were in that movie. And I'm happy to see that many years after, you're still looking young, with so much life. So congratulations. And thank you for representing the women. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. I can't take this award without calling on Zeb Ejiwo. Zeb, the Sheikh. It was Zeb that actually gave me the platform for this award. So, I don't know what to say. God bless you. Because if not for Zeb, I wouldn't have had that kind of opportunity that he gave me. Thank you, sir.
Please put your hands together for her.
I present to you Ngozi Nwosu, 30 years after, living in bondage. It is indeed a great pleasure to present this award to you as one of the legends of Nollywood from the Legends of Nollywood Awards.
She has shown that even after so many years, she still has the moves. And my prayer for you is that your later days shall continue to be better than your earlier. In the mighty name of Jesus. Congratulations. Whew. Finally. Legends of Nollywood. Bolo! Oh, Agores. Ngozi, where are you? Ngozi. Now I'm here. 30 years after, and still counting. Yes, so 30 years after, and still counting. This is me, Ngozi.
Hello, welcome to the World News on Biscon Tv. I'm Emmanuel. Now let's look at the headlines. On the national scene, Tinubu pushes for constitutional amendment to enable state police. Disu declares total war on police corruption and impunity. In business, call for end to electricity subsidies in Nigeria. On the foreign scene, boat capsized off Greece and 18 Egyptians still missing. In sports news, Osimhen criticizes Galatasaray and despite Champions League win. And let's bring you the news in detail. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called on the leadership of the 10th Senate to begin the process of amending the 1999 Constitution to pave the way for the creation of state police forces in Nigeria. Speaking during an interfaith breaking fast with senators at the presidential villa in Abuja, Tinubu said the move is necessary to address the growing threats of terrorism, banditry and insurgency, arguing that decentralized policing would strengthen grassroots security, improve rapid response to crime and help secure forests from murderers and protect citizens, especially children, from fear. Tinubu also commended the Senate for its support of his administration's broader reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidy and tax policy changes, and stressed the need for unity between the executive and legislature in tackling national challenges. Establishing state police will require a constitutional amendment that needs a two-thirds majority in both chambers of the National Assembly and ratification by at least 24 of the 36 state House of Assembly. Critics have raised concerns about potential politicization and the financial burden of separate forces, but proponents argue it would greatly improve local security outcomes. Away from that, the newly appointed Acting Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has declared an end to corruption and impunity within the Nigeria Police Force, pledging a zero-tolerance approach to misconduct and abuse as he assumes leadership. Speaking shortly after his declaration by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the presidential villa in Abuja, Disu vowed to enforce strict discipline, uphold human rights, and transform policing into a profession driven by accountability and integrity at all levels. He emphasized that police must serve the citizens, which is the ultimate bosses, and rebuild public trust through transparent and principled conduct. This reform agenda centers on strengthening internal oversight, promoting professionalism, and deepening community partnership to enhance cooperation in tackling security challenges across the country. The new police chief stressed that officers will be trained to respect rights and operate with integrity, and that impunity will no longer be tolerated regardless of rank. His appointment comes at a critical moment for national security, with expectation high for meaningful change in how the police interact with the public and enforce the law. In another development, Rivers State Governor Simeon Alayi Fubara has appointed Dr. Dagogo S.A. Wokoma as the new secretary to the state government and Barrister Sonny Ewule as his Chief of Staff, with both assignments taking immediate effect. The appointments were announced in a special government statement signed by the Governor's Chief Press Secretary and confirmed that the new officials will be sworn in this afternoon at 2 p.m. at the Government House in Port Harcourt. The changes follow the removal of previous Secretary to the State Government Benebo Anabraba and Chief of Staff Edison Ehi. The shake-up is part of ongoing administrative adjustments within the state executive arm as Fubaras continue to reposition its leadership team following political tension in Rivers State. While no official reason was given for the dismissals, political observers say the appointment as step in consolidating governance amidst effort to stabilize the state political environment. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll bring you business news. Stay tuned. In business, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Power Holding Company, NDPHC, Jennifer Adigije, has urged the federal government to scrap electricity subsidies for all customers and implement fully cost-reflective tariffs to address ongoing financial instability in Nigeria's power sector. She said the current subsidy model is unsustainable and contributes to deep-rooted liquidity challenges that prevent market invoices from being settled, with only about 30% of bills paid. Adigije argued that eliminating subsidies would help restore investors' confidence, attract private investment, and support sustainable growth across the electricity value chain. Highlighting structural issues such as the mismatch between generation capacity and transmission capabilities, Adigije also identified persistent gas supply shortages, which account for a large portion of generation costs. The call comes amid broader concerns over the financial viability of the power sector and the need for reforms to create a more efficient market that can deliver reliable electricity to Nigerians. We'll take another break here. When we come back to be foreign news. Stay tuned. On the foreign scene, at least 18 Egyptians nationals remain unaccounted for after a wooden migrant boat carrying about 50 people, including 4 minors, capsized off the Greek island of Crete last week, killing 4 individuals. The incident occurred as passengers attempted to board a commercial rescue vessel directed by Greece Coast Guard when the overloaded wooden boat suddenly overturned. Rescue teams managed to save around 20 migrants, but only 3 of the 21 Egyptians on board have been confirmed dead, with the rest still missing in the Mediterranean Sea. Greek authorities have arrested 2 Sudanese men suspected of people smuggling in connection with the tragedy. Egypt's foreign ministry is coordinating with Greek officials to intensify search and recovery efforts and expedite the repatriation of the deceased, while warning citizens against illegal migration and human trafficking network. The boat is believed to have departed from Libya, a common but perilous departure point for migrants seeking entry into the European Union via Crete. The tragedy highlights ongoing risks faced by irregular migrants crossing the Mediterranean, with thousands reportedly attempting similar journeys in recent months. Up next is sports news. Stay tuned. In the world of sports, Galatasaray's star Victor Osimhen criticized his team's performance after their dramatic UEFA Champions League playoff victory over Juventus, despite securing a 7-5 aggregate win and progression on the run of 16. The Super Eagles striker scored in extra time but said he was disappointed with the performance, calling some teammates timid and saying the side must improve if they are to compete with Europe's top team. His candid comment sparked debate on social media about leadership and squad mentality. Osimhen acknowledged the result was ultimately positive, praising Juventus' display and expressing pride in his team's qualification. He also looked ahead to the next opponent, saying Galatasaray must raise their standard against stronger opposition in the next stage of the competition. We will take a final break here. When we come back to the entertainment news, stay tuned. And finally, on entertainment news, global Afrobeat superstar has launched the Tiwa Savage Music Foundation, a non-profit initiative aimed at nurturing the next generation of African music talent by expanding access to world-class education, mentorship, and industry opportunities across the continent. The foundation focuses not just on performers but on the broader music ecosystem, including producers, songwriters, sound engineers, and music professionals, addressing the gap in structured training and professional networks for underrepresented creative. Savage emphasized that after years of success on the global stage, she is now investing in building sustainable creative infrastructure back home in Africa. The foundation flagship project Berkeley in Nigeria, Tiwa Savage Intensive Music Program, will take place between April 23 to 26, 2026 in Lagos in partnership with the prestigious Berkeley College of Music. The 4-day intensive will offer practical training in music production, songwriting, song engineering, and music business to 100 selected participants, free of tuition, with application open from March 20, 2026. Organizers said the program will connect emerging creative with industry experts and could open pathway to future opportunities, including scholarship and further professional development. And that's it for now on Biscon TV News. The news was compiled and produced by Victoria Decoya. I'm Emmanuel. Many thanks for watching.
For our families. We thank you for the celebrant of today, Lord. Father, we thank you for his life. We thank you for his achievements. We beg you, Lord, to give him long life, a healthy life, and to be with him. And Father, we ask that your Holy Spirit chairmans this occasion. May all we do be to the glory of God. And may all our discussions help this country to move forward better in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, bless us. Bless us spiritually. Bless us physically. Bless us materially. All this and more, we pray in the mighty name of Jesus.
Except during the inauguration of Mr. President and others, that's when we take.
Gentlemen, the rains are often seen as a blessing, but we also know of their capacity for disruption. Today's early morning rain has obviously affected our movement and our schedules. While we neither have the capacity to stop the rain nor its timing, we can at least adjust our program to suit our current circumstance. I imagine that therefore we are going to speak less and waste less time. Though we are starting late, we take joy in the prompt arrival of our eminent chairman, Chief Bayojo San. Can you give him a round of applause? And our most distinguished lecturer, I don't know which of the titles I should call, but I know that it's His Excellency, Senator, Professor, and I'm sure he must have a few chieftaincies. I was saying Osumbo. You are welcome, sir. Our audience may not be as large as we had anticipated, but you can see that's made up of some of the most distinguished people in Nigeria. That's what's important. In policy analysis, you talk about the mass public, you talk about the attentive public, and you talk about the interested public. Here we are, the interested public. People who would listen and do something about it. Please clap for yourselves. So it is not the size that matters. It is not the size of the one, as they say, but the magic of the performer that keeps the rabbit out of the hat. This colloquium is to celebrate the 90th birthday of Chief Oladipo Jimilehin. I'm not going to do a citation of him. I'm sure somebody will do that at another time. But I can say that the one word that I find that applies to him most appropriately is indefatigable. Indefatigable. A man who pursues a cause, who knows how to pursue a cause and never gives up. Only last year, he was still trying to get us to be involved in discussions about how Nigeria was going. With Professor Oladipo, he was bringing us together. It didn't work out because the people that he wanted to talk to were not listening. And nobody listens in Nigeria when they start benefiting from the joy of power. I welcome you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to this colloquium. With a distinguished lecturer, I'm sure we are set for a very rewarding afternoon. Thank you for coming, and you are welcome. Thank you.
Prof, just a resounding applause. Before I invite my next guest, while thanking Professor Femi Utubanjo, fellow NIIA, for the welcome address, I am to also very respectfully, with all sense of humility, so recognize a very renowned, reputable lawyer in our midst, and I'm just seeing this.
Ọ̀nù yìí mà rèé o. Ọ̀nù yìí mà rèé o. Bàbá rọ̀ ní ẹja kí. Àní ó ṣe yìí ṣàmọ́dún o. Ó ṣe yìí ṣàmọ́dún lọ́lá Elédùmarè ọba. Eléyìí ò ní jà ṣe mọ́. Àní okú ọjọ́ òbí lónìí o. Okú ọjọ́ òbí lónìí o, onífẹ̀lẹ́ ìṣàṣemọ́. Béèyàn bá ṣe ẹja sán ṣe, béèyàn bá ṣe bí ẹja ọ̀ṣọ́ ṣe, àní ó ṣeré lónìí o. Ayé mọ kí òkú oríire.
How do I pledge this love? How do I pledge this love to your laws? How do I pledge this love to your constitution? With broken teeth and cracked fingers to fight for it at this early youth.
Ọládípò bàbá Ọládípò àní mo fẹ́ pàlẹ́ orin tí mo fẹ́ bá ọ délé bàbá tó bí ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀yin lọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú oníṣèré o ọmọlẹ́ni àtẹ̀ẹ̀kan ọmọlẹ́ni ẹ̀wẹ̀lẹ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú-dé gbogbo ilé ẹ̀pá lọ́lọ́ o Ìjẹ̀bú-dé gbogbo ilé ẹ̀mẹ̀tìtì Ìjẹ̀bú-mòdé mo wá kíyìn ní tèmi Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ àní Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ ọmọ òkòkò mọ́ga àní okòdé o Ìjẹ̀bú mo kíyìn ní tèmi èyí bàbá Ọládípò onífẹ́ yìí ṣàṣemọ́ òkè òkè lọ́wọ́ afúnni ń gbé òkè òkè lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ó máa lọ òkè òkè lọ́wọ́ afúnni ń gbé òkè òkè lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ó máa lọ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ wá nífẹ̀lẹ́ ìṣàṣemọ́ a máa fẹ́ irú rẹ̀ ṣe ní orúkọ Jésù èyí ò ní já àṣemọ́.
They call him a Awolowo political lieutenant. But no, he was not just a lieutenant. He was an echo of Awolowo's dignity. He was a continuation of a discipline, a mind that carved from the old granite of the great Yoruba political finance thoughts. And then came his book, Nigeria, the Journey So Far to Democracy. Not just a title, it was a lamentation, it was a prophecy, it was a reflection held before a trembling nation. He wrote of leaders who forget, of tribal lines drawn deeper than compassion. He wrote of brilliance sacrificed at the altar of reckless ambition. He wrote so Nigeria could read itself and maybe, just maybe, learn to walk again. Because the great Baba Jimmy Layin, because of him, this book was not just a paper. This book is a verdict. This book is a testimony, a call to conscience of an elder statesman, of a custodian of truth, of an icon of courage, whose name walked into the room even before this event. A luminary, a legal luminary, a voice of the Constitution, a custodian of civic memory, a man whose footsteps echoed from Ijebu days red earth all the way to the valued ceilings of national dialogue. His life bridges the gap between courtroom and community, between grassroots and governance, between yesterday's giants and today's dreamers. So when they tell you of the Nigerian story, tell it with the fire he carried. Tell it with the clarity of his courage. Tell it with the conviction of that man. Tell it. This is a man who did not just study the law, but he lived it. He breathed it. He held it. So a nation stumbling in the dark could see its reflection. This is Chief Oladipo. A name, a legacy, a witness to history, a mirror to power, a reminder that democracy is not a destination, but it's a journey. He's one of them that walked the roads so that the rest of us could follow.
Ọ̀rọ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú, ọ̀rọ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú, mélèé fọ̀rọ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú ṣàwàdà. Ọ̀rọ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú, ọ̀rọ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú, mélèé fọ̀rọ̀
mixing in the equation, in the calculation, arrangement, and permutation of what we do in the Nigerian state today. And for him to have equally served at the time as the Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Justice, again, is an addendum and another plus of his integrity, his dignity, his intellectualism, his prowess, his knowledge base, and understanding of international global policies. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is our own is always our pride. And that is why at any time in a time that is a time, when we reference the name Chief Bayo Ojo, S.A.N., there is a reason for it. So, distinguished eminent guests, it is not out of place again today that one more time we present before you this man who has left a legacy, a testament of truth to justice. We want to thank you again, Oga, at all times. You're most welcome. Please let's welcome the chairman of the occasion to speak. Mr. Chairman, sir. Oh, bless you, sir.
Laid out by the master of ceremony, especially recognized Chief Mrs. Priscilla Queer. And so she was the first female NBA president in Nigeria. Very, 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 very eminent personalities here present, particularly the keynote speaker, Professor Osaren Osumbo, SCN. I was just introducing him in the hall there. I said, he's somebody who's been everything in this country. He's been a teacher, been a lawmaker, he's been a governor, and as a matter of fact, he was the overall best graduating student of his class at the University of Nigeria in 1975 when he graduated. And also at the law school, he was also the best graduating student in 1976. And I don't want to say anything about his speech for today because the rule of law in contemporary Nigeria and in-depth analysis, the pudding, how do you say it now? It's best, pardon? The taste of the pudding is in the eating of it. Thank you very much, Joseph. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here today to share a few words on this truly remarkable occasion of the 90th birthday anniversary of a very dear friend, my Egbon, Elder Chief Oladipo Jimileyin, whose life has been a beacon of integrity, kindness, and enduring inspiration. When he called me and informed me that I'll be chairing this occasion, I was taken aback initially. But I then recall the very first time I met him. It was in 1980 in Ilorin, Kwara State. That year, they had the National Executive Committee meeting of the Nigerian Bar Association in Ilorin, and he came for that meeting. At that time, Chief Tunji Fada Eroesen was the president of the bar. Then I was a young rookie lawyer. I was then working with the government of Kwara State in the Kwara State Ministry of Justice. At capacity, I was saddled with the responsibility of arranging accommodation for members of the NEC of the MBA who came to Ilorin that year. So that was how I had the good fortune of meeting him for the first time. And when we met, it was likeness at first sight. He took interest in me, and that began a relationship that has spanned almost 5 decades now. But at that time, little did I know that he was going to play a critical role in my life. And that role came in 2005 when I was appointed the Attorney General Minister of Justice by the then President Olusegun Obasanjo. It will be recalled that I was the president of the Nigerian Bar Association at the time I was appointed. I'd never met President Obasanjo in my life. I didn't know whether he was yellow or green. He simply invited me to come to join his cabinet. And there was so much uproar at that time within different sections of the bar. And people said all kinds of things that I shouldn't accept the appointment and so on and so forth. And then the late Prince Bolaji Bola, who they called to me, he said, Bayo, you've been criticizing the government that they're not doing it well. The government has not said, come and show us how to do it. You now said you won't take the job. What do you want? Take the job, you know. So when he said that, I decided to take the job, but the uproar continued. And then Chief Jimila, in his characteristic manner, then wrote an article in the Daily Independent newspaper of August 25, 2005, in my support. In that article, he concluded with the following words, and I quote, "The Attorney General, Minister of Justice of Nigeria, is the leader of the official bar. Chief Bayo Joe SN has been appointed into that office. Having earlier been cleared by the Senate, he has taken the oath of office and has settled down for serious business. What now remains is to let us all join hands with him so that he may continue to uplift the image of the bar and the bench and to work towards a successful tenure of the office rather than promising fire and brimstone to pull him down and out." End of quote. I must add that he did not inform me before he wrote that article. I only read it in the papers like any other person. But that shows the stuff and character Chief Jimila is made of. Once he believes in a cause, he's prepared to die for it, come what may. And in his capacity as the former publicity secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, he acquitted himself very, very well. So, 90 years is not merely a measure of time. It's a tapestry of experiences, achievements, relationships built with patience, humility, and love. Today, we do more than celebrate a birthday. We celebrate a legacy. Our celebrant has lived through seasons of change, challenge, and triumph. Yet he has remained steadfast in character as a friend who listens and is there, and a person who simply brings out the best in all who cross his path. In these 9 decades, or let me say 47,335,389 minutes, or further still, let me say 788,923 hours, or better still, let me say 32,871 days, or 4,695 weeks, or 1,080 months, which he has lived. He has taught us the true meaning of resilience. You have shown that success is measured not just by accomplishments, but by the lives you touch, the values you uphold, and the kindness you share so effortlessly. That is you. As we look around this hall today, filled with friends, family, admirers, one thing stands very, very clear. Your influence spans generations. We're here because each of us has been lifted enlightened or inspired by you in some meaningful way. And so on behalf of everyone gathered here today, allow me to express our deepest gratitude to you and your entire family who have stood by you over the years. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for the laughter, the lessons, and countless moments that have shaped our lives. May this milestone year bring you continuous joy, good health, and the warmth of love that surrounds you today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking God Almighty for 90 extraordinary years of Chief Oladipo Jimilehin. I wish him many more years filled with peace, purpose, happiness, and all-round fulfillment. Happy birthday, sir. Thank you.
Let the earth hear his voice. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father through Jesus the Son, and give him the glory. Great things he hath done. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. That was well said by our very distinguished Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Chief Bayojo. Thank you so very much, sir, Mr. Chairman, for that very rare honor of yours to have said a lot about him. Well, I want to tweak this a little, maybe to request the honor of, but then let's allow the keynote speaker to speak. Then we call in, invite on board the discussants for today to look at the topic with us. Distinguished guests, it is not in my place to do this, but I would have. But I have a sister as well who is inclined in the broadcasting business like me, and who is also one of those of us in this business. Let me welcome my dear sister Lisa to please come on board.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol as I read through the profile of Senator Professor Osahimen Aigberodion Osumbo.
Prof, Your Excellency, you may have to be upstanding, sir. We're taking your profile. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Why don't you come?
Nigeria Enugu campus in 1971, from which he graduated in 1975 with a first-class honors degree, thus becoming the first Nigerian in that university to set that record. He attended the Nigerian Law School, Victoria Island, in 1975 to 1976, where he won the prize for the best overall student at the bar examination in 1976. Professor Osumbo proceeded to the University of Warwick, England in 1977 as a Rhodes Scholar, having won the scholarship in his final year of undergraduate studies based on his outstanding academic performance. He successfully completed his PhD in company law at Warwick, and in March 1981 returned to start his academic career as a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. In the 1986 and 87 session, he was a visiting fellow at the Queen's University of Belfast. He was appointed a professor of law at the Lagos State University in 1990, from where he retired as Dean Faculty of Law in January 1999 to contest election to the Senate, which he won. He was a delegate to the Constitutional Conference 1994 to 1995. Senator Professor Osumbo was the pioneer chairman of the Senate Committee on INEC during his first term. At his second term in legal matters, Professor Osumbo was governor of Edo State from March 2007 to November 2008. In May in 2013, he was elevated to the position of chairman of the commission, a position from which he resigned voluntarily in March 2015, having become a member of the All Progressives Congress. He is a member of the National Caucus of the ruling APC. He has served as consultant to many national and international organizations such as the World Bank Group on foreign investment in Nigeria. He is currently head of Nigerian delegation to the International Standards Organization ISO TC 309 on the development of an international good governance. He is the co-convener of ISO 37003 WG8 Fraud Control Management Systems. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he is happily married with children and grandchildren.
Thank you very much for that introduction. To save time, I will stand on the presence of my lords, spiritual and temporal. I recognize the presence of learned Sikhs in their large number here present. I recognize professors from various institutions here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. But above all, I recognize the presence of the celebrant, our chief host, Barrister Oladipo Jimileyin. Let me just quickly make a few corrections. That citation which was read is an old one. And when I sent it, I realized that there needed to be some corrections. I used to be in APC, but I'm happy to say I have left APC. So, and also to thank the chairman of a very good friend. In fact, when he was the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, I was then the chairman of the Senate Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters. And in that capacity, we interacted a great deal. Let me say that I'm highly delighted to be here to present my thoughts on the rule of law in contemporary Nigeria and to engage in an in-depth analysis of the rule of law in modern-day Nigeria, which is what I mean by contemporary Nigeria. The celebrant in whose honor we are here gathered today has lived a life of service to humanity, leveraging on his professional background as a legal practitioner and as a politician. From his early years as a student activist in the United Kingdom in the 1970s, he has concerned himself about using his talents to contribute towards building a better society. Not surprisingly, as he celebrates his 90th birthday today, he has chosen to host this colloquium to interrogate the rule of law, which is essential for the attainment of good governance and a decent society for all. I congratulate him on attaining 90, an age that belies his looks. It is my prayer that Almighty God will continue to sustain him with continued good health and his youthful looks, which is the envy of younger folks. I feel highly honored that he has invited me to deliver this keynote address. Let me also say that I first met the celebrant at the Constitutional Conference in 1994. We were very many, over 300, I think, but he stood out because he was very active. So that was what really got me into contact with him, and I got to know him better over the years. And when he launched his book, he wrote a book, The Journey of Democracy in Nigeria, Journey to Democracy in Nigeria, which was launched here, I think in 2021. He honored me by inviting me to be the book reviewer. I reviewed that book in these very premises that year. So I thank you so much for your friendship and for having confidence in me. And again, as you celebrate this landmark, this unique age of 90, you have granted me the honor of coming to deliver the keynote address. Let me say that when I knew him, I thought he was just like 3 or 4 years older than me. I am 74. So I thought he would be like 78 or 79. So when he told me he was marking his 90th birthday, I said, no, it can't. You mean 80? He said, no, 90. So we thank God Almighty for his blessings upon your life. Well, I am speaking on the rule of law in modern day Nigeria, the Nigeria we know today. But first, we all need, I know many of us here gathered are lawyers, but for the benefit of those who are not lawyers, I have decided to do a little bit of introduction about the meaning of the rule of law. And maybe to serve as a reminder, maybe to joggle the memories of those who are already very conversant. The rule of law, as you all know, is a topic that has engaged scholars over the ages. The Greek philosopher Aristotle, about 2,000 years even before Christ, 2,000 years BC, postulated that the rule of law is preferable to the rule of man. Here in Nigeria, Honorable Unemeka Agu of Justice of the Supreme Court asserted that the rule of law implies resort to law and order in the polity in preference to arbitrariness, anarchy, violence, warfare, or strife. It is based on the understanding that society is governed by laws. Accordingly, Aristotle said, government must be conducted according to law, and in case of doubt or ambiguity, the matter must be resolved by the judiciary. Rule of law is the foundation of every democratic society. In fact, there can be no democracy where rule of law is treated with disdain by the powerful. That would be tantamount to dictatorship, whether it is in khaki or in agbada. There is hardly any concept more analyzed and discussed in the affairs of nations and governance than the rule of law, and this is true of Nigeria. It has engaged the scrutiny of scholars across the world and over the ages. There is an abundance of literature and judicial decisions to support it. In this address, I shall examine the rule of law in Nigeria as established by our Constitution and relevant laws and adumbrated by pronouncements of jurists and decisions of courts. The term rule of law means that all persons and authorities are subject to the Constitution and the laws of the land, and government powers must be exercised in accordance with the law in a fair and rational manner. It is the cornerstone of Nigeria's constitutional democracy and a bulwark against arbitrary actions and decisions of government. By so doing, it protects the society from dictatorship while ensuring that power is exercised in accordance with established legal rules. Next, I examine the foundation of the rule of law in Nigeria. The constitutional foundation of the rule of law in Nigeria is to be found in the very first section of our Constitution, which makes the Constitution supreme. It's provided as follows in Section 1 of the Constitution, the very first section. It says, this Constitution is supreme, and its provisions shall have binding force on all authorities and persons throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The second subsection says, the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall not be governed, nor shall any person or group of persons take control of the government of Nigeria or any part thereof, except in accordance with the provisions of this Constitution. If any other law is inconsistent with the provisions of this Constitution shall prevail, and that other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void. Quote and unquote. Under the Constitution, governmental powers are allocated separately between the three arms of government, namely the legislature, which is responsible for making laws. That is dealt with in Section 4 of the Constitution. Then the executive, which is responsible for maintaining, executing, enforcing, and implementing the Constitution and the laws. That is, you find it in Section 5. Then the judiciary is responsible for interpreting the laws and adjudicating disputes. That is dealt with in Section 6. These provisions underline the separation of powers under our Constitution. In order to avoid a clash with the judiciary, the Constitution provides that laws made by the legislature are subject to the jurisdiction of courts of law and tribunals established by law. Accordingly, the National Assembly and House of Assembly of the states are prohibited from making any law that ousts or purports to oust the jurisdiction of a court or tribunal. Within the Nigerian context, this protection of the judicial arm of government was necessary in the light of ouster clauses in military decrees and edicts that robbed the courts of jurisdiction to do their work. It is ironical, though, to see courts in Nigeria now ousting the jurisdiction of the legislature when they issue orders to stop the legislatures from doing their work, a practice that has become rampant. Rather than stop the legislature from performing their functions, the proper course, in my view, is to subject the legislative action to judicial review. Separation of powers ensures that power is not concentrated in the hands of one person or authority, for this will breed tyranny and conflict with the tenets of democracy. One of the earliest proponents of separation of powers is Montesquieu. According to one writer, quote, it's a long quotation, the reasons on which Montesquieu grounds his maxim are a further demonstration of his meaning. When the legislative and the executive powers are united in the same person or body, there can be no liberty, because apprehensions may arise lest the same monarch or senate should enact tyrannical laws to execute them in a tyrannical manner. Where the powers of judging joined with the legislative, the life and liberty of the subject will be exposed to arbitrary control, for the judge will then be the legislator. Were it joined to the executive, the judge might behave with all the violence of the oppressor. This is just to explain the rationale behind the separation of powers. Under our system, the powers, though separate, do not exist in watertight compartments, but rather complement one another through the exercise of checks and balances. Thus, the legislature can issue order of arrest, even though their job is lawmaking, but they can issue an order of arrest, which is an executive function, and undertakes hearings, which is like a quasi-judicial functions. They conduct trials or hearings. The executive exercises legislative function through delegated legislation. Sometimes they will say the minister is authorized to make regulations for this and that. The minister is executive, but through the exercise of the power of delegated legislation, the executive can make laws. Then a bill does not become an act or state law until the president or governor, as the case may be, gives his assent to it, except where the legislature overrides a veto by the president or governor, in which case assent will not be necessary. The judiciary makes laws in what is regarded as judge-made law and judicial precedent. The main responsibility for ensuring that governance is conducted in accordance with the law and the Constitution and enforcing the rule of law is that of the courts. It is the duty of the judiciary to put the other arms of government in check, avoid arbitrary action, and hold them accountable. The main burden of compelling everyone to subject themselves to the rule of law rests on the judiciary. Rule of law dies where judges fail to perform this sacred duty. On them lies the responsibility of ensuring that the rule of law prevails at all times by curtailing impunity and wanton disregard of the law and the Constitution. Rule of law has certain key elements. There are 8 key elements of the rule of law. I will just go through them very quickly. One is the supremacy of the law, meaning that nobody, no one is above the law. And courts have established that in many cases. Each of these points, 8 points, are illustrated and supported by previous decisions of our courts, including the Supreme Court. And the leading case for this, many people, lawyers here, know the case of Lakomi versus Attorney General of Western Region. It was one of the early, and this was during the military regime. Then second is equality before the law. All persons are equal, all citizens are equal before the law and must respect the law. The leading authority for this is military governor of Lagos State versus Odumego Ojukwu. Many of you will know that case where the Lagos State government wanted forcefully to take the building belonging to Ojukwu in Queen's Drive, Ikoyi at the time, but it was said that they cannot do that. And in fact, the Supreme Court affirmed that government cannot take laws into its own hands, and that respect for court orders is fundamental to the rule of law. Obaseki, JSC, remarked in that case, I quote, "In the area where rule of law operates, the rule of self-help is abandoned. Nigeria, being one of the countries that profess loudly to follow the rule of law, gives no room to the rule of self-help by force." Then the third element is accountability. Everybody must be accountable. Ojukwu's case is also authority for that. Then there must be fairness and justice. The law must be applied fairly and justice should be accessible to all. The case of Alhaji Adigun versus Attorney General of Oyo State is a leading authority for this. Then separation of powers, not just between the 3 arms of government, but between the tiers of government, the federal government power, state power, local government power. The case of Attorney General of Abia State versus Attorney General of the Federation is the leading authority that the federal government cannot encroach on.
Hello, welcome to the World News on Biscon TV. I'm Emmanuel. Now let's look at the headlines. On the national scene, Tinubu pushes for constitutional amendment to enable state police. Disu declares total war on police corruption and impunity. In business, call for end to electricity subsidies in Nigeria. On the foreign scene, boat capsized off Greece and 18 Egyptians still missing. On sports news, Osimhen criticizes Galatasaray and despite Champions League win. And let's bring you the news in detail. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called on the leadership of the 10th Senate to begin the process of amending the 1999 Constitution to pave the way for the creation of state police forces in Nigeria. Speaking during an interfaith breaking fast with senators at the presidential villa in Abuja, Tinubu said the move is necessary to address the growing threat of terrorism, banditry and insurgency, arguing that decentralized policing would strengthen grassroots security, improve rapid response, to crime and help secure forests from murderers and protect citizens, especially children, from fear. Tinubu also commended the Senate for its support of his administration's broader reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidy and tax policy changes, and stressed the need for unity between the executive and legislature in tackling national challenges. Establishing state police will require a constitutional amendment that needs a two-thirds majority in both chambers of the National Assembly and ratification by at least 24 of the 36 state House of Assembly. Critics have raised concerns about potential politicization and the financial burden of separate forces, but proponents argue it would greatly improve local security outcomes. Away from that, the newly appointed Acting Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has declared an end to corruption and impunity within the Nigeria Police Force, pledging a zero-tolerance approach to misconduct and abuse as he assumes leadership. Speaking shortly after his decoration by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the presidential villa in Abuja, Disu vowed to enforce strict discipline, uphold human rights, and transform policing into a profession driven by accountability and integrity at all levels. He emphasized that police must serve the citizens, which is the ultimate bosses, and rebuild public trust through transparent and principled conduct. This year's reform agenda centers on strengthening internal oversight, promoting professionalism, and deepening community partnership to enhance cooperation in tackling security challenges across the country. The new police chief stressed that officers will be trained to respect rights and operate with integrity, and that impunity will no longer be tolerated regardless of rank. His appointment comes at a critical moment for national security, with expectation high for meaningful change in how the police interact with the public and enforce the law. In another development, Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has appointed Dr. Dagogo S.A. Wokoma as the new secretary to the state government and Barrister Sonny Ewule as his chief of staff, with both assignments taking immediate effect. The appointments were announced in a special government statement signed by the governor's chief press secretary and confirmed that the new officials will be sworn in this afternoon at 2 p.m. at the Government House in Port Harcourt. The changes follow the removal of previous Secretary to the State Government Benebo Anabraba and Chief of Staff Edison Ehi. The shake-up is part of ongoing administrative adjustments within the state executive arm as Fubaras continue to reposition its leadership team following political tension in Rivers State. While no official reason was given for the dismissals, political observers say the appointment has a step in consolidating governance amidst efforts to stabilize the state political environment. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll bring you business news. Stay tuned. In business, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Power Holding Company, NDPHC, Jennifer Adigije, has urged the federal government to scrap electricity subsidies for all customers and implement fully cost-reflective tariffs to address ongoing financial instability in Nigeria's power sector. She said the current subsidy model is unsustainable and contributes to deep-rooted liquidity challenges that prevent market invoices from being settled, with only about 30% of bills paid. Adigije argued that eliminating subsidies would help restore investors' confidence, attract private investment, and support sustainable growth across the electricity value chain. Highlighting structural issues such as the mismatch between generation capacity and transmission capabilities, Adigije also identified persistent gas supply shortages, which account for a large portion of generation costs. The call comes amid broader concerns over the financial viability of the power sector and the need for reforms to create a more efficient market that can deliver reliable electricity to Nigerians. We'll take another break here. When we come back to be foreign news. Stay tuned. foreign scene, at least 18 Egyptians national remain unaccounted for after a wooden migrant boat carrying about 50 people, including 4 minors, capsized off the Greek island of Crete last week, killing 4 individuals. The incident occurred as passengers attempted to board a commercial rescue vessel directed by Greece Coast Guard when the overloaded wooden boat suddenly overturned. Rescue teams managed to save around 20 migrants, but only 3 of the 21 Egyptians on board have been confirmed dead, with the rest still missing in the Mediterranean Sea. Greek authorities have arrested 2 Sudanese men suspected of people smuggling in connection with the tragedy. Egypt's foreign ministry is coordinating with Greek officials to intensify search and recovery efforts and expedite the repatriation of the deceased, while warning citizens against illegal migration and human trafficking network. The boat is believed to have departed from Libya, a common but perilous departure point for migrants seeking entry into the European Union via Crete. The tragedy highlights ongoing risks faced by irregular migrants crossing the Mediterranean, with thousands reportedly attempting similar journeys in recent months. Up next is sports news. Stay tuned. In the world of sports, Galatasaray's star Victor Osimhen criticized his team's performance after their dramatic UEFA Champions League playoff victory over Juventus, despite securing a 7-5 aggregate win and progression on the round of 16. The Super Eagles striker scored in extra time but said he was disappointed with the performance, calling some teammates timid and saying the side must improve if they are to compete with Europe's top team. His candid comment sparked debate on social media about leadership and squad mentality. Osimhen acknowledged the result was ultimately positive, praising Juventus' display and expressing pride in his team's qualification. He also looked ahead to the next opponent, saying Galatasaray must raise their standard against stronger opposition in the next stage of the competition. We will take a final break here. When we come back to the entertainment news, stay tuned. And finally, on entertainment news, global Afrobeat superstar has launched the Tiwa Savage Music Foundation, a non-profit initiative aimed at nurturing the next generation of African music talent by expanding access to world-class education, mentorship, and industry opportunities across the continent. The foundation focuses not just on performers but on the broader music ecosystem, including producers, songwriters, sound engineers, and music professionals, addressing the gap in structured training and professional networks for underrepresented creative. Savage emphasized that after years of success on the global stage, she is now investing in building sustainable creative infrastructure back home in Africa. The foundation flagship project, Berkeley in Nigeria, Tiwa Savage Intensive Music Program, will take place between April 23 to 26, 2026 in Lagos in partnership with the prestigious Berkeley College of Music. The 4-day intensive will offer practical training in music production, songwriting, song engineering, and music business to 100 selected participants, free of tuition, with application open from March 20, 2026. Organizers said the program will connect emerging creative with industry experts and could open pathway to future opportunities, including scholarship and further professional development. And that's it for now on Biscon TV News. The news was compiled and produced by Victoria Dekoya. I'm Emmanuel. Many thanks for watching.
Local government power. of Attorney General of Abia State versus Attorney General of the Federation is the leading authority that the federal government cannot encroach on matters which are within the legislative competence of the states. Then legal certainty is another element. The laws should be clear, publicly known, stable and predictable, not arbitrary or retrogressive. And the leading authority for this is the case of Shugaba Darman versus Minister of Internal Affairs. Many of you will remember when that legislature was forcefully bundled out of Nigeria on the ground that he wasn't a Nigerian, he was a Cameroonian. But he went to court and the court didn't, upheld his case against the federal government. Then protection of fundamental rights. The state must not violate the rule of law, fundamental rights of the citizens. The case of Shugaba, again, illustrates that. Then judicial review. Rule of law entertains judicial review of governmental actions. And the case of Attorney General of Bender State versus Attorney General of the Federation is a leading authority for that. What happened in that case was that, that was in the Second Republic, the Senate passed the committee referred the appropriation bill to the Senate Committee on Appropriation. Usually a committee doesn't have power of its own to finalize. When they report back to the Senate or the House of Reps, as the case may be. But the leadership of the Senate knew that if they brought it to the floor, there would be opposition to the bill. So they just passed it like that. But it was wrong because the committee doesn't have power of its own. And so that Appropriation Act was subjected to judicial review and it was nullified. And Fatai Williams, CJN at that time, remarked that I cannot conceive of a situation in any country with parliamentary democracy where legislative powers generally and those relating to money bills in particular could be handed over to the elected representatives of the people, handed over by the elected representatives of the people to a committee of 24 members of the committee, no matter how eminent they may be. So this I just ran through the key elements of rule of law. Now to the meat of my presentation as to where do we stand today. So analysis of the rule of law under the current democratic dispensation. It can be seen from the above analysis of the key elements of the rule of law and supported by decisions of courts that the rule of law has thrived and been a cardinal principle of governments in Nigeria. Even under the military, the rule of law was respected and upheld, including occasions when doing so challenged the draconian nature of military dictatorship. Sadly, however, we have now reached a point in Nigeria under the current political leadership where the rule of law exists only on paper. While paying lip service to it and pretending to respect it, the leadership of the three arms of government have not demonstrated fidelity to the concept. This is a marked departure from the rule of law in Nigeria as we used to know it. I will now proceed to cite well-publicized instances where each arm of government has desecrated the rule of law, exhibiting flagrant disregard that has assumed a sickening and disturbing dimension. So I will just cite a few examples. There may be many more, but there's no time. I just picked a few examples to illustrate the point that the rule of law is no longer respected nowadays as it used to be in years past. The legislature. Nigerians are familiar with several instances in the past when the National Assembly asserted its independence from the executive and serving as a check on the executive. For instance, under President Olusegun Obasanjo, the National Assembly asserted its right to freely elect their presiding officers, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. This also happened with the election of Senate President Bukola Saraki under Muhammadu Buhari. You know, they wanted somebody else, but they moved fast. And before they knew it, while other senators were gathered at the International Conference Center, Bukola Saraki was being elected by the people who have the power to elect their presiding officer. When President Obasanjo vetoed the NDDC bill in year 2000 and the electoral bill in year 2002, the National Assembly overrode the vetoes. I was one of them. Senate declined to confirm some ministerial nominees, some ministerial appointments made by Obasanjo in the exercise of its powers under the Constitution. Sadly, the National Assembly now has ceased to exercise its independence. Even by the assessment of some of its members, I'm sure you may have read this yourselves, it has become a mere rubber stamp that approves every request submitted to it by the President. This has given rise to embarrassing sundry anomalies, like a certificate forger who was confirmed as a minister, and the country running two budgets simultaneously, the Appropriation Act of 2024 and the Appropriation Act of 2025 are running concurrently right now, amongst many other infractions. On 25th February 2023, Nigerians turned out to vote in national elections for the positions of president, senator, and member of the House of Representatives for the various constituencies. Regrettably, senators and members of the House of Reps have abandoned their mandates given to them by their constituents in those elections, and now proudly proclaim in song and dance that on your mandate we stand. Not on their own. This is shameful to say the least, and a huge betrayal of the trust given to these representatives by Nigerians. To be sure, not all members have caved in, but they have been threatened to either support the president and whatever he requests or keep silent in their own interest. I put Senator Yinaya Baribe disclosed this on the 26th of November. It was widely published that they are threatened. If you are not prepared to support them, just keep your mouth shut. By far, the most disturbing betrayal of the rule of law is the legislators' confirmation of the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State by voice vote rather than a vote count. In the case of National Assembly versus the President, 2003, the Court of Appeal decided that a question proposed for decision in the Senate or House of Reps shall be determined by the requisite majority of members present and voting. For the Rivers case, it was not even clear that a quorum had been formed, because in the House of Representatives, the Speaker, when somebody wanted to raise to ask, how many are we? The Speaker ruled that the number of members present and sitting would be known later from the signature in the register of members kept outside, which may differ from the number of persons that were actually present and voting. Furthermore, the National Assembly violated the provisions of Section 11 of the Constitution, in particular subsection 4, which expressly precludes the National Assembly from removing the governor or deputy governor of a state from office. Such acts of impunity by the legislature are clearly a violation of the rule of law. In the past, a state of emergency was declared in some states without the governor being suspended. And we thought it's in the responsibility of the legislature to assert its independence and do what is right. Now, a few illustrations from the executive branch. At the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly in 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made it known that his choice of presiding officer officers were Senator Godswill Akpabio for Senate President and Honorable Tajuddin Abbas for Speaker of the House of Representatives. This was well known to all Nigerians. From that moment, rather than function as an independent and co-equal arm of government, the National Assembly has become subordinated to the executive, approving every request made by the President without legislative scrutiny. Dissent is crushed, and senators have their microphones switched off on the orders of the Senate President for not joining in praise singing. For instance, recently, Seriake Dixon, who opposed a motion to commend Mr. President for his handling of security, which he described as quote-unquote ill-timed, insensitive, and provocative, unquote, was shut up. Having rendered itself subservient, the National Assembly is unable to check or restrain the President from violating the letter and spirit of the Constitution. Whereas Section 14, 1B of the Constitution provides that, quote, the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. This obligation has been jettisoned, and taxation of the citizens has become the primary purpose of this government. Government provides neither security, this is well known to all of you, for the people, given the worsening insecurity across the country, nor provides for the welfare of citizens who are being taxed out of existence and driven into extreme poverty. President Muhammadu Buhari was criticized for his nepotism, but that was child's play and pales into insignificance compared to what we are witnessing today. It is not merely accidental that the Minister of Petroleum Resources, Minister of Finance, Governor of the Central Bank, Minister of Blue or Marine Economy, GMD, NNPC, Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Services, Controller General of Customs, Accountant General of the Federation, and the heads of all other MDAs having to do principally with money are the President's tribesmen. Rather, it is a deliberate action. It's not just accidental. Rather, it's a deliberate action to subvert Section 14(3) of the Constitution, which makes it mandatory to reflect the federal character of Nigeria in making such appointments in order to promote national unity and ensure that there is no predominance of persons from a few states or a few ethnic or other sectional groups in government or any of its agencies. The suspension of a democratically elected governor of Rivers State seemed Fubara democracy and the rule of law. Now to the judiciary. Early in this address, I referred to decided cases where in the past the judiciary stood firmly to defend the rule of law, leaving behind them a legacy of integrity and honor, which the names of those justices still carry to date. This dates back to the military era in the 1960s and 70s, when Lacomi's case landmarked the readiness of the judiciary to uphold the rule of law. The Supreme Court upheld its sacred responsibility during the Second Republic, 1979 to 1983. Under the current democratic dispensation since 1999, the judiciary has not wavered or hesitated to hold government accountable. In fact, the Lagos state government under the current president spearheaded a spate of legal actions against the federal government by invoking the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. I'm sure the Attorney General, who he can recall that he had to defend so many cases that were brought by Lagos state government against the federal government. Those cases were heard swiftly and judgments given against the federal government in defense of the rule of law. Sadly, that is not the case anymore. When the state of emergency was declared in Rivers State and the governor suspended from office in a manner that seemed clearly unlawful and unconstitutional, the PDP governors, some PDP governors, instituted an action in the Supreme Court to challenge the federal government. The 6-month suspension of the governor has since run out. In fact, the man has gone back, resumed this, and the president has restored the governor to his office. Strangely, that case, which was instituted at that time, has not even been listed in the Supreme Court, not to talk of being heard. Yes, your guess is as good as mine why the Supreme Court has acted this way. On the 11th of July 2024, Nigerians welcomed with applause the judgment of the Supreme Court declaring that henceforth statutory allocations from the Federation account to local government, state and local government council, local government council should be paid directly to councils rather than into the state's local government joint account as stipulated by Section 162, subsection 6 of the Constitution. Nigerians hailed this as a bold attempt to stop the practice whereby most state governors fail to release the money to their councils, but instead misappropriate or divert the money elsewhere, and by so doing, crippling the effectiveness of local government administration in Nigeria. In fact, the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice was widely celebrated for securing this victory, which was received with relief by Nigerians. A couple of months after the judgment, at a gathering of state governors in Mr. President's Lagos residence, he assured them that governors were in charge of their states and that he, as president, would not interfere with how they chose to run their states. He, in effect, distanced himself from and disowned that Supreme Court judgment. Not surprisingly, that judgment has remained unimplemented till date, while illegal deductions of local government funds continue unabated. One of the major innovations introduced by the 1999 Constitution was the establishment of the National Judicial Council, NJC. It was introduced to free the judiciary from executive control by state and federal governments, insulate them from politics, ensure merit-based appointments to the judiciary, spell out disciplinary procedure, boost confidence in their neutrality, and generally guarantee their independence as a separate and co-equal arm of government. To further guarantee their independence, that is the judiciary's independence, and stop them from going cap in hand to the executive to beg for the release of funds due to them, the National Assembly, in the first alteration to the Constitution in 2010, put the NJC, along with INEC and the National Assembly itself, on a first-line charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation. All this to ensure independence. You know, even when NJC was created and funds are allocated to them, they will still need the favor of Mr. President for the money to be released. Because if the President doesn't authorize the Minister of Finance to release money to NJC, it will not be released. But the same thing with National Assembly. But to ensure the independence of these two arms, the first alteration ensured that once the budget is ready, whatever is due to the judiciary and the National Assembly, as well as INEC, is released to them. They don't need the President's approval to get their money. All that good intention is now being destroyed by the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, who is allegedly building and donating houses to judges in Abuja. No one is saying that judges do not deserve a good living. And in fact, the federal government itself recognized this recently by approving a 300% salary increase for them. The concern, however, is that whatever benefits are due to judges must be paid to them through the NJC. It should not be a direct gift or favor from the executive, as this can be construed as a bribe capable of compromising the judges. It will be recalled that Chief MKO Abiola, during his trial, raised the issue of fair hearing on the ground that justices of the Supreme Court had received car gifts from government and that he could not receive justice from them. The NJC didn't exist at that time. Now that the NJC is in existence, any direct gift from the executive to the judiciary can be interpreted as an affront to the rule of law, being intended as a quid pro quo to compromise the judges. Recently, I came across an article published online by Sylvester Udemezue titled, quote, "Remove the log in your eyes before pointing to the speck in another's, colon, a rejoinder to a Nigerian Supreme Court justice's concern over decline of legal knowledge among lawyers." This was published online on the 27th of November. It was the Supreme Court justice delivered a lecture somewhere where he decried the fact that lawyers don't read. Many young lawyers, they don't read, and there's poor standard amongst many lawyers. It was Udemezue's article was in response to an address delivered by Honorable Justice Emmanuel Agim, JSC, in which he decried the poor standard of some lawyers, saying amongst others that they do not read anymore. He stated amongst others, that is the man who was criticizing Honorable Justice Agim, quote, "A judiciary that cannot guarantee predictability, accountability, transparency, or timeliness cannot inspire confidence necessary for national stability and investment. The judiciary is widely regarded as the soul of every democracy. Yet, in Nigeria, it has become the weakest link in the chain of governance," unquote. According to the writer, young lawyers are as much influenced by what they see senior legal practitioners and judges do as what they read in books or were taught by their teachers, meaning that what they observe the senior people in the profession do influences them more than maybe even what the lecturer taught them in the class. Can we truly say that the Supreme Court's judgments, now the recent ones, some of the recent ones have been inspiring? Let me cite 3 of the Supreme Court judgments with Honorable Justice Agim delivering the lead judgment or agreeing with the majority as a member of the panel, just to pick just 3. In the recent Supreme Court decision on the Rivers case, these are recent decisions with Honorable Justice Agim, Emmanuel Agim, GSC, delivering the lead judgment. The court upheld the judgment of the trial court that the pro-Fubara PD speaker did not produce the APC register at the trial to prove that the 27 pro-Wike members had actually defected from PDP to APC to justify his declaration of their seats vacant in accordance with Section 109 of the Constitution. That section provides that a member of the House of Assembly shall vacate his seat if, and I quote G, being a person, you know that if you defect, that you lose your seat, except where his membership of a new party is as a result of division or merger or crisis. The Speaker of the House of Assembly, the Constitution says, the Speaker of the House of Assembly shall give effect to the Constitution in deciding whether or not a member must vacate his seat. On the basis of that provision, of the Constitution, the Supreme Court had, in an earlier case of Ifedayo Abegunde versus Ondo State House of Assembly, reported in 2015, declared that a member of the Ondo State House of Assembly who defected from his party had thereby vacated his seat. In that case, the courts did not ask or demand to see a party register. In the Rivers case, the courts introduced a new requirement which is not in the Constitution, that the membership register of a rival political party over which the Speaker had absolutely no control must be produced by him before he can exercise his powers under the Constitution of declaring the seat vacant. But there were videos seen by the public of the 27 members waving APC flags as their new party while announcing their defection. Everywhere, I'm sure all of you saw the thing. And amongst those people, 15 have now decamped again. They have defected again. What they did then was true. We all saw it, but the Supreme Court said that the Speaker, PDP Speaker, should go and bring APC membership register to prove that. Can you imagine? The Supreme Court showed, which is even more important in terms of rule of law, the Supreme Court showed no consistency with his earlier judgment in Abegunde's case under the doctrine of stare decisis. And this removes the element of predictability for the rule of law to thrive. Courts must not become selective in following judicial precedent or stare decisis. For those who don't know what stare decisis is, let me just quickly read from Black's Law Dictionary. It says, when a point or principle of law has been once officially decided or settled by the ruling of a competent court, in a case in which it is directly or necessarily involved, it will no longer be considered as open to examination or to a new ruling by the same tribunal or by those who are bound to follow its adjudication, unless it is for urgent reasons or exceptional reasons. Given the similarity between them, it is not clear why the Supreme Court refused to follow Abegunde's case, but instead, 5-man panel of the Supreme Court in the Rivers case overruled the earlier decision of a 7-member panel in Abegunde's case. And then the court read into Section 109 of the Constitution what is not there. Then there is another case, which is more troubling. Is the Supreme Court decision of Sunday Jackson versus the state, which I'm sure many of you know, where the Supreme Court upheld by a majority judgment, the judgment of the lower court upholding this death sentence on Jackson, the appellant, for killing a herdsman in the bush. Jackson was attacked on his farm by a herdsman who stabbed him twice. He struggled with the attacker, disarmed him, and struck the attacker multiple times, killing him. At his trial, he pleaded self-defense, but his defense was rejected on 2 main grounds, namely that, 1, after disarming his attacker, he should have run away because there was a reasonable mode of escape for him. And 2, that once Jackson disarmed the attacker, he was no longer in immediate peril and there was no necessity to kill his attacker. His act of stabbing the attacker 3 times, he was stabbed twice. He stabbed the attacker thrice. This was seen by the courts as vengeful, quote and unquote vengeful, rather than a proportionate self-defense reaction. In her well-reasoned dissenting judgment, the Honorable Justice Moronkeji Ogunwumiju, JSC, said that Jackson should have been acquitted, or at worst convicted for manslaughter. She noted some critical points, namely, 1 is that Jackson was first attacked. he disarmed his assailant and then used the same weapon. Jackson's use of force was justified because he was under life-threatening attack. 3, he had been stabbed twice at the back of the head and on the leg, and it was not reasonable to expect him to pause and calibrate the proportionality of his defensive action when he was hitting the attacker. Even running away may not have been a safe or practical with him, and the attack with him and the attacker alone in the bush. Suppose the attacker chased after him and caught up with him again. By this decision, the Supreme Court, with Honorable Justice Agim delivering the judgment, in effect removed the self-defense from our criminal law. The law on self-defense does not make it mandatory that a person under a life-threatening attack should run away. We all know, lawyers here know the defense of self-defense. But if he runs away, then the need to plead self-defense would not arise. It only arises because he didn't run away. If he had run away, he wouldn't have killed the attacker, and then he wouldn't need to invoke self-defense as a defense. So in effect, what the Supreme Court is doing, it has abolished self-defense as a defense in the Nigerian criminal law. If he stands his ground and kills the attacker, then he commits the offense of murder. This cannot be right. And I also was thinking, let's say he ran away. The attacker will say, okay, you are running. Ensure I don't see you in this farm again. Won't he say so? If he had run away and the attacker couldn't catch you, say, okay, next time I see you here, I will kill you. Did you really expect Jackson to have run away and abandoned his farm to an attacker and never come back to his own farm? Or supposing, having disarmed the attacker, he was running away with the machete. The attacker would have gone to report to the police that this man stole my machete in the farm and ran away with it. They will ask him, did you run away with the man's machete? He will say, yes, you are guilty of stealing. This decision has drawn condemnation in Nigeria and from the international community, just like other decisions which have cast our judiciary in bad light before the world. Many concerned persons, including Honorable Justice Ogunwumiju, have pleaded that the death sentence should be commuted by the state governor in exercise of his prerogative of mercy. Not surprisingly, many foreign courts are increasingly assuming jurisdiction to entertain cases which ordinarily fall within the jurisdiction of Nigerian courts, especially the oil and gas cases. Some plaintiffs, they don't even bother to sue. They go to London, they go to Netherlands to institute action against Shell or all these companies, which could have been done in Nigeria. And courts there, they assume the jurisdiction by saying the plaintiff will not get justice in Nigeria. Therefore, they will assume jurisdiction and hear the matter in those foreign courts. So they feel that our judicial system has become unreliable and subject to political interference and other external influences. Then the third case that I cite with Honorable Justice Agim, delivering the majority judgment, is the case of Honorable Akeredolu versus Jegede. The Supreme Court upheld the election of Governor Akeredolu. The petitioner, Jegede, had claimed that Akeredolu's nomination as APC governorship candidate was forwarded to INEC by Yobe State Governor Maimala Buni as APC caretaker committee chairman and was invalid as the governor acted in violation of Section 183 of the Constitution. That section provides that, quote and unquote, a governor shall not, during his tenure of office, hold any other executive office or paid employment in any capacity whatsoever, unquote. The appeal was dismissed by the Supreme Court on many grounds, but amongst them was because A political party, I'm quoting now, political parties are voluntary associations. The court cannot inquire into their internal affairs, including the appointment of temporary officers, unless a violation of the Constitution or a statute is shown, quote and unquote. The appointment of Governor Buni, the court declared, was temporary, non-executive, and not executive as contemplated by Section 183 of the Constitution. Another female justice of the Supreme Court, Honorable Justice Mary Peter Odili, GSE, in her minority judgment, held that Akeredolu's election should have been nullified. According to her, I will read her reason. The appointment of Governor M.M. Buni, a sitting governor of Yobe State, as chairman of APC Caretaker and Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee violated Section 183 of the Constitution, which says that a sitting governor shall not hold any other executive office. The position of Buni involved executive functions, e.g., signing nomination papers, taking binding decisions on behalf of the party, and overseeing the party's structure nationwide. Barry misses the point. Because, come to think of it, nobody ever truly remains in office permanently. Even permanent secretaries are not in office permanently. So to say that it was only permanent, contrary to the express provisions of the Interpretation Act, was wrong. In the case of Oluwatobi versus Governor of Oyo State, 1984, it was held that an acting appointment confers full authority to perform the functions of an office unless there is an express exclusion of such powers. Furthermore, it is not true that internal disputes in voluntary associations are not justiciable. That is not true. We all know that internal disputes in voluntary business associations like registered company, a registered company is voluntary. You are free to come in and you exit, it's voluntary. People go to court to contest who is the majority shareholder, who should be the director. These are done routinely. It's internal affairs of the companies regulated by the articles of association of the company. In the same way, in political parties, they have their constitution of the political parties. They are justiciable. Religious bodies, you know, they go to court all the time, contesting as to whether this is the person to be GO or the other. You are familiar with this. These are voluntary associations, and the courts have been entertaining the cases. Clubs, social clubs, they go to court, you know this. They are justiciable, and the law reports are replete with such cases involving associations registered under the company's. Okay, well, okay, you just give me, I'm almost there. Anyway, even in political parties, you know the case of Lado and CPC, where courts decided that it's not this man who won the primaries, it is the other man that won the primaries. So this person, you've been in the Senate for 2 years, vacate, that man is the one he should go. Are you not familiar with such cases? Those are internal affairs of political parties. The Honorable Justice Bode Rose Vival, in his valedictory address delivered at the Supreme Court on his retirement on the 22nd of March 2021, remarked that some decisions of the Supreme Court do not make sense to him anymore. I was hoping to see him here when I saw the list of invitees. He proposed certain remedies to enhance the performance of the Supreme Court. I'm sure that even now, the Honorable Justice Rhodes Vival will find these cases making even less sense to him than the ones he had in mind in 2021. These criticisms are not meant to disparage, denigrate, or disrespect the judiciary. However, polite criticisms must be encouraged to correct the failings of the judiciary, just as judges are free to correct shortcomings amongst lawyers, especially the younger ones. Well, the people justify what judges are doing disregarding the express provision of the statutes by referring to Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, that what the judges say, the law is what judges say it is. But our courts have said that this is not a license, it's not a liberty to go against the express provisions of the law. There are decided cases, Attorney General of Bender State versus Adeyan, and Attorney General of Ondo State versus Attorney General of the Federation of Nigeria. These are decisions where they say that judges are not at liberty to shut their eyes completely at what the law is saying, what the Constitution is saying, and say whatever the judge says, that is the law. It's not a license to disobey the express provisions of the law. So let me now go to the conclusion. The rule of law in Nigeria is under attack on several fronts and is now on the retreat. It faces a grim future unless bold and sincere corrective actions are taken to save it from continued assault. At the All Nigeria Judges Conference held on the 17th of November 2025 at the National Judicial Institute, Abuja, with the theme, Building a Confident Judiciary, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Honorable Justice Kekere Ekun, in her address, acknowledged that judicial decisions in Nigeria are sometimes vulnerable to external influences, quote and unquote, sometimes vulnerable to external influences. She admitted, quote, with candor, there are some within our ranks who have undermined the integrity of the bench, unquote. Mr. President, in his address, admonished the judges, quote, do not sell your integrity, quote and unquote. President told them, do not sell your integrity. But looking at the social media, many on the social media wonder cynically, who is the biggest buyer of judicial integrity in Nigeria? Is there any integrity left anymore for anybody to buy? I leave you with your own answers. I cannot finish this address without talking about the role of citizens to uphold the rule of law, because it is not a matter that concerns government alone. When individuals heat up the polity by clamoring for things which are outside the law, they thereby violate the rule of law themselves. One example, there have been loud calls by some people that presidents and vice presidents, governors and their deputies and other officials must publicly declare their assets and liabilities upon assumption of office. I'm sure you've heard many people, they say they must declare their assets and liability publicly. This goes beyond the express provisions of the Constitution, which make it mandatory for certain public officers to declare their assets and liabilities, but does not require that this should be done publicly. It is preferable to me that such people should canvass a review of the Constitution to reflect those desires, rather than insist on what is outside the requirements of the law. The fact that many public officers, as a matter of fact, do not declare their assets and liabilities at all should engage their attention for now. Mr. Chairman, distinguished audience, my concluding statement is that democracy is dying in Nigeria before our very eyes. And everyone concerned must exercise restraint and rescue it. We do not want anyone to tell us one day that, quote and unquote, politicians have not learned their lessons. The biggest responsibility, in my view, rests with the judiciary, which must show sincerity and a determination to respect the rule of law, not by mere rhetorics, but by action and a change of attitude that all can see. The leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association must lead in cleansing our system of the rot, no matter where. Respect for rule of law is inevitable lest we return to the Hobbesian state of nature when life was nasty, brutish, and short. Nigeria must survive. Nigeria will survive under the rule of law, but impunity must end. I thank you for your audience. And again, happy birthday to the celebrant. Thank you.
Very well addressed subject matter of concern. Wow, it's indeed good to be knowledgeable. Well, His Excellency was able to take us through the understanding of the rule of law in contemporary Nigeria, an in-depth analysis. Indeed, it was an in-depth analysis. Well, thank you so very much for the presentation, sir.
It was something that was consistent with what I will feel that once upon a time will have been saying, that it was a progressive approach to rule of law and a fairly conscientious response to what is obviously a breakdown of the rule of law. So again, I thank you for your intervention, and I hope that your keynote address, I hope it's something that can be published and that can be released to the press, because I think it's at various stages of our development, there has to be people out there to know that there are several people who have a different view about how we can have a more stable society. So going on to what I'm supposed to do now, Honorable Justice Lateral Lagway, I think we will start with you. What is your, you heard what has been said, what will be your own contribution to where we are, the rule of law in contemporary Nigeria, and what will be your own intervention in this colloquium? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think like you, I too have been ambushed. I was looking forward to a very refreshing afternoon. I haven't seen the topic, and I must say that I have received all of that with a lot of relish. It really makes my day that I am part of this august gathering today amongst the audience. The distinguished keynote address speaker, in the words of the law, has covered all the ground. Let me just make a few remarks. Firstly, yes, I agree as far as postulations of the law go, I totally agree with the distinguished speaker. But in my view, I think that these matters have been with us almost forever. I was whispering to the chairman of the occasion, my former president, Bayojo SAN, that indeed democracy died in this country on July 15th, 1966, when we had the first military coup, and things have never been the same again. The issues of breaches of federal character, the issue of the corruption of institutions, they were fed by one military regime after another. It is said that in respect of one particular regime, if a person was appointed to a position and if he didn't secure as much material gains as possible there and went to complain that he was broke, the Ogapata will say, well, you have yourself to blame. I mean, I put you there to chop. And then I remember I had the distinguished pleasure of being National General Secretary, first with Mr. Clement Akpangbo, SCN, who was then appointed President of the NBA, and then succeeded by the evergreen Chief Mrs. Priscilla Queer as president. We were first appointed in Owerri. When Mr. Akpangbo became Attorney General, Mrs. Queer became the president. Disobedience of the orders of courts was a major battle that we had to deal with when we were in office. When really judgments and rulings really would make really no meanings at all to authorities. And it's been with us since then. I also had something turning in my stomach when the professor and His Excellency was talking. It's the very famous dicta of Lord Denning in the case of McFoy and USC, namely that you cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand there. When we discuss the integrity of those who are in the executive, the integrity of those who are in the legislature, and now you walk backwards about how they got there, you know that it's like a computer. Whatever you put in is what you put out. So whilst I agree with all the comments that were made, I think that we should also have occasions like this to discuss the political setting, the structure of the political parties that we have. Very briefly, I had a taste of it in 1992 when I was running for Senate. And it was option A4. And right on the premises of St. Peter's College, Akure, and Chief Wole Olanipekun, who was Attorney General at the time, was with me. We were in the same camp of Ambassador Lumilua. The delegates came. They were asking us. They said, well, Prince, we have collected money, but we can return them. We have said we want to know the color of the money of the camp of the prince. In fact, before consulting me, my agents, Senator Tony Adini, and people like Chief Wole Olanipekun, they said, just forget it. We are not dealing. And of course, it was the matter went the way it did. So when you have processes like that, how can you expect that when they get there, those who get there through these routes, how can they match the integrity or the kind of procedure we witness in the developed nations? So our political structure, okay, the learned professor himself now has gone from APC to ADC, and many prominent people too have changed. I was reading in the papers the other day that Adeleke has crossed over to Accord. We don't witness this frequency of changes of political coloration in the civilized nations. So there must be a reason for it. So why? What is the reason for it? You know. So it's quite. It's very, very, very worrisome. As to the as to our courts, yes, all the allegations. One will say that we plead guilty as charged, but again, one of the greatest contributors have been the politicians. The nature of the cases which go before our courts, you don't get them abroad. I mean, why can political parties not obey their own regulations and their own rules? It means that they are really not, they do not have the culture. They do not really, it's as if they are not amenable to regulations when you breach your rules and regulations with common abandon. So let others speak. But I agree that there's quite a lot of room for improvement in these matters. But firstly, we have to remind ourselves that if you put rubbish in, you get rubbish out. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I think one of the points the keynote speaker was making was what Honorable Justice you touched towards the end of your own intervention. It's the critical role that the judiciary needs to play. In some of the instances you gave, the refusal and abandoning court orders was mostly during when we had the military interregnum. And military governments are supposed to be revolutionary governments, technically. So even when that happens under a military dispensation, one can accept it as part of a revolutionary stage, because it was a military government that we had in most of the cases when court judges were being abandoned. The question is when democracy now comes to play, and the role the judiciary seems to have played when we've had a democratic dispensation. And it appears as if the judiciary is not consistently playing the role that we have come to ascribe the judiciary as being capable of playing when there's a democratic dispensation. I think that really might be one of the issues that are now live issues that we're facing. And it appears again as if the disregard of court orders is not so much even as rampant now, but the issue is that even the judiciary is now appearing to even invite or act in a manner that seems as if it almost is trying to show itself as being, as the legislature has been done, has been that is prepared to be compliant with what it thinks government will want it to do. So sometimes it's able to bend the interpretation of the law in a manner that it thinks will be, and at least that will be the perception that the public will have of it, in a manner that it thinks will be pleasing to those in power. And we didn't see that being done so frequently during the last democratic dispensation that we had, as it appears to be happening now. So Professor Afolabi, what are your own contributions to the issue that we are now looking at, rule of law, contemporary Nigeria? You've been in government yourself, and you saw what, well, I'm sure that the certain things are state secrets that you won't share with us, but you saw the workings of government, being an insider in the federal government once upon a time, and you see what is going on now. And all of us will have a concept of how do we get to being a stable society where rule of law will thrive, where it'll be easier for anyone who wants to invest in our country to feel that they can come and invest, and that they will be certain that the judiciary at least will play a role in being fair, in adjudicating whenever there's a conflict in the business contract that they've signed to come here. We want people to come and invest in our country. We want to grow as a country. Rule of law is important in enabling that to work. What are your contributions, Prof?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for inviting me, the celebrant, our Chief Barrister Oladipo Jimilehin. There are many ambushes, so I think I'm one of them. But I must say that I really enjoyed myself. I've been educated, and I feel really highly honored to be asked to make some comments. Maybe my first comment is just to admire Chief Jamilehin, that if I can look like you at 90, I will be sleeping in church just to give gratitude to God. I've seen many 90s, and I've handled many 90s. I know what and how problematic that age can be. You have no problem. I mean, you can still play cricket, can play golf, can do all sorts of things. Congratulations. And as to the topic itself, I must say that I've come across His Excellency, the keynote speaker, many times, but I did not know he has a lot of fire in him. This is quite really pleasing that you are ready to speak truth to power. I think some of us might be able to do that. It's a risky business, but again, everybody cannot be cowardly. As for me, today I'm neither a politician nor a lawyer, so it's just common sense, whatever I say, and is that the Bible of the rule of law is the Constitution. And our Constitution today, you can see, is bleeding from poor implementation. So we need to rework it in such a way that it's possible to implement even whatever we have. And then also to say that just by practice, the book itself, that Bible, will need to be reworked. Because from experience, we know that there are many, many defects that is not pronouncing the following and emphasizing the following. I'm just saying before the distraction that the Bible itself will need to be reworked. I mean the Constitution. Because there are a few ingredients that are required for good implementation of such instruments or such guidance, which is one, emphasis of equity. Today, when you look at that Constitution, every page that is thumbed, I think as a full note, I want to see equity, equity, equity. Because this is what we are struggling with. And this is what is distorting the implementation. This is what is really bringing into the forefront, and people are accepting it, that it is my turn. Because if there's equity, why should it be your turn? Why should it be my turn? If I know that there will be fairness. The second, which I don't know how we will write it, is sincerity. Zero everywhere. I can lie to you and I can get away with it. I can lie to you, look at you straight in the eye and lie to you. And this is what is again running through all the facets of implementation, whether it's judiciary, whether it's legislative, whether it is executive. Once that is missing, sincerity, you can do anything and get away with it, because I know I have no conscience. Conscience is dead. Well, this Bible, as I said, is the implementation that we are struggling with. And in my own constituency, which is ensuring that institutions stand. When the rule of law is compromised, institutions break down. So symptoms of a broken down institution is what you are experiencing and complaining and shouting. So we need to work to ensure that the rule of law subsists and find mechanisms that will enable us quickly rework, correct, amend, sustain rule of law as is intended. Otherwise, what we are experiencing today is what we will continue to experience, which is weak institution. When the legislative cannot stand, the executive cannot stand, the judiciary cannot stand, on strong institutions, what do we expect? Thank you for asking me to make some comments.
Thank you. So stronger institutions, reworking our constitution, and what I think it was Gorbachev that said glasnost. Let us be trying to be more sincere in whatever it is that we do and bring some more integrity in whether it's judiciary, legislature, or whatever other institutions that we have in the country. I know that Professor Olubanjo and Professor Shikpeton need to be out of here within the next few minutes. So I will not say much and ask them to actually make their interventions quickly, because I hear that they need to be somewhere else in the next half an hour.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm representing Professor Taiwo Shikpeton here, SCN. And we have another presentation at Unilag at 3 o'clock. We have international guests waiting already.
Okay.
I want to join others in commending the distinguished speaker for a thought-provoking analysis, in-depth, truthful, insightful. If I had to be the one that invited here, I would just have said, let's go home, nothing to add. But I have Professor Shikpeton's thoughts to share with us. The first one I want to notice, say something about is what Professor Nwobeze, Sage, and Oyebode they have said. And that is they laid emphasis on the fact that concentration of too much power in the executive breeds abuse of power. And that is what we are witnessing today. And Oyebode also said that persistent incapacity of institutions to enforce those laws against the powerful violates the principles of rule of law. Now, going further, I just want to lay emphasis, because we can be here till tomorrow discussing the violations of rule of law and the abuse. Now, what is the way forward? Apart from what Prof has just said, that we should amend the Constitution, honestly, I would like to see power return to the region. That will solve a lot of problems. But before that, what else can we do quickly? The low-hanging fruits that we can do. We know the problems. And let me start with the judiciary. I think the first thing we need to do with the judiciary is that it must be independent. The keynote speaker said as much. We need to rework the process by which we appoint people to the bench. I won't say too much. We are all lawyers and we know how it works. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. We know that. And I also want to, Suskin said something. He's a professor in the US. He said something. He says very soon lawyers will be out of work, except we rethink the way we work. And we have to also rethink the way we apply rule of law. And I want to borrow from what Chief Bayo Ojo, SAN, said this morning. He didn't know I was listening. I was eavesdropping what he was discussing with somebody. But what he was discussing is what I share I share his perspective as well, because I've delivered lectures in that area and I've researched deeply into it. Another thing we can do, like he said in the morning, I'm sorry, sir, is the application of technology. And you see, the keynote speaker said something about delay in the justice system. He may not know because he's a son. Chiba Ojo may not know because he's a son. We know. You see, in court of appeal alone, I have cases there, 5, 6 years wait period. And some of these things is still just leave to appeal. No, why should I wait for 4 years for ordinary leave to appeal? Why can't we just do this thing in a very automated way, as we was discussing this morning? And one thing he said I didn't even think about this morning was that even assignment of cases can be done automatically, so that you don't even know where your case goes. You don't know where it's going to go to somebody you know or you don't know. So that would be beautiful. And some of these cases can even be heard online. I want to leave. Why should I have to go to court physically to ask for leave? Why can't they determine whether they are going to give me leave or not through virtually? So all these things will reduce human intervention. And so we can have just swift justice, like the speaker said the other time. So we should consider application of technology. We should reconsider the way we appoint judges. And of course, we should also enforce independence of judiciary, not this way that some governors are building houses and giving cars to judges. Sometimes they line them up and start giving them cars, and that is not a good thing to behold. The other thing is there are some laws that we all know, because a lot of things have been said about judiciary. What of the executive? Look, the way it is, we are under state capture, and we all know that, and it seems we are doing nothing about it. Because most of the things we say or do, it doesn't matter, because we are turning towards a one-party state, and we know what that portends for democracy. So what I'm trying to say is that beyond the judiciary, what of the laws that violate the principles of rule of law, like the Cybercrime Act, that is meant primarily to guard against cyber stalking, misuse of cyber crimes and etc., but that the police use to harass people. We know the issue of Jalingo, and how he has been arrested several times, even without trial, based on slap issues that are just meant to gag him. So we can amend those laws. We can also promote transparency in the way even police do their jobs, and also ensure accountability and accountability in the way they do their job. So we also need to strengthen EFCC and ICPC, and also make sure there's no selective enforcement. We must give EFCC and ICPC autonomy, and also the issue of legislature. If you can have, there was a time a bill was being proposed that you don't need to belong to a party before you can contest. If you can have that back, that would be nice, because we have too much executive influence and party influence on the legislature at the moment. And also we need to make sure that the civil society have room to operate, no censorship, no arrests, because we have shrinking civil space at the moment. All these reforms are essential to have a robust rule of law. The Police Act is there, 2020, but it's not being enforced properly. We need to make sure that this is enforced properly. And also the ACJA and ACGL in various states, these are good developments, but again, there are lapses in the way we do our prosecution. All these, if you can do something about them, then we can have a robust rule of law. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Summary, you think technology should be brought into the judiciary you think there should be devolution of power, the power should be devolved from the center. You think the police should be reformed, Police Act, and you think the combination of all this will bring about a more stable society and rule of law. So, Professor Femi Rubanja, I hear you two have to go in a hurry.
Yes.
So
Thank you very much. The Yorubas say that Amukun Eruewo. You are looking at the not the knockney. You said the luggage is bent. Since you are looking at the foundation, not the superstructure. Professor, I very much appreciate your lucid, profound, and very comprehensive lecture. Thank you very much for giving us such a beautiful lecture. My worry is that the focus was on institutional failures, on the failure of the judiciary, failure of the executive, failure of the legislature. Whereas Nigeria's rule of law has suffered incrementally from impunity for many, many years. There's what might call democratization of impunity, which of course is the opposite of the rule of law. Now, today, if you look at the judiciary that you are talking about, the legislature, and the executive, who are the people there? How are you making judges these days? Who are your elected members? Where are the political parties in which one person can be in PDP, a governor just moved from PDP to Accord. Tomorrow he might move to Labour. Those are the kind of characters that compose Nigeria. The content, the constituents of our institutions are weak. And so we have a culture that is built up over the years, a culture of immunity. Our governors, most of the ex-governors, and I hope that you are not one of them, should be in jail. Where are they? They are in Senate. I was a special advisor in the federal government. I worked at the party level. All governors are thieves. That's what you have. And they are still stealing. And you are talking about rule of law. They do not operate a rule of law. There's impunity. Impunity has so pervaded Nigeria today that it is the grace of God that's keeping us alive. Kidnappers kidnap without trial. Bandits are everywhere. Even the ordinary downfall on the street beats traffic lights. In the presence of law, of last man, all those nonsense people, they do not arrest them. They do not caution them. Those of us in private cars are the ones. So there's a general culture of impunity created by the fact that increasingly the quality of people who govern us, the people who become judges, the quality of people who become legislators are weak. It has to do with institutions. They cannot stand up to corruption. You can talk all the theory in the world. I was I think it was Mark Twain who said that every man has his own price, including, one lecturer used to say that if you say you are not corrupt as a lecturer, have you ever seen 2 million impressed? Have you ever seen $2 million? How many of us have seen $5 million? Before you start talking theory about corruption. Corruption has become part of our system. So when you start picking on judiciary, picking on legislation, there's a part of the total systemic problem of Nigeria. What do we need? Is it religion? Is it moral rearmament? I don't know. But when people are in the Supreme Court, they are putting their daughters and sons as judges. What kind of judge are you going to have in the future? If you have politicians who do not win elections but are sitting in offices, what commitment do they have to the people? If you have legislators, look at, I can say openly, the president of our Senate has a case with the EFCC that has not been discharged. How can EFCC director go there and be cleared? What is he going to say to him? Can They ask him, are you going to deal with all of us? And he will be honest. So you create a situation in which people in government are criminals. We are in bondage today. We have been captured by criminals. Don't let us deceive ourselves. And you are not going to get the rule of law with criminals. And that is the situation in which we find ourselves. Thank you very much.
Us, the people ourselves, have an issue because all the people you have mentioned, there are processes that could have made us resist their emergence. But if all of us are ambivalent, if we do not stand up to be counted as the keynote speaker has done today, and as all of us ought to do, then it will be difficult for us to build an institution. It's not that Nigeria, if we look at what is happening in Nigeria, in America, you see that we as a people are not as helpless as we imagine that we are. The issue is our leadership. You have seen a Trump almost transform an America from what we didn't think it was. So which shows the critical role leaders need to play in any society. So that's why we must be interested in whoever emerges as our leader, because that's the only way we can begin to build up institutions. And it's when institutions are able to be larger than any individual who is occupying any position in our country that we'll begin to be able to implement the rule of law. Well, again, I thank the keynote speaker and all the discussants and those were, and again, on behalf of all of us here, I wish the celebrant many happy returns. Even with the hat he's donning this afternoon, he's even looking even much younger than. He's even looking younger than. Yes, I never thought he was close to 90 yet. I thought he was going to be in his mid 80s. I knew he was more than 80 because I mean, being a Jakonde government advisor at that time, I knew that he was certainly more than 80 years of age, but I didn't think he was 90 years of age yet. So again, wish you many more happy years. And it's good when we see people like you that is 90. It gives some of us hope that maybe God will be as gracious to us as He's been to you, and that we'll be able to be standing up and walking. It was only my late leader, Chief Ayade Banjo, that I thought had this Ijebu special brewery that keeps people so young when they're old. So thank you very much. Up to you.
God bless you, sir. God bless you. And don't forget to share with us the secret of your... Because you are looking so good. You are looking so good. You are looking so good. Thank you, everyone, for attending to honor this gentleman, icon, and colossus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ojo, SCN. The keynote address speaker, Senator Osumbo. I've known him for long. Praise Chairman, Honorable Justice Suyi Olatero Olagbegi. Don't forget he's given a title. What's that title? The Minister of Information. We all served in the NBA cabinet. I tried to apportion my life, these 90 years, in various ways. The portion that I admire, I appreciate most, is when I served in the Bar Association. Yes. In so doing, permit me to mention the following. Ebere Oseke, Charles Hedehen, Alao Akabashorun, Clement Apango. These are men I've served with, and they are no more. May I request that we stand for 1 minute
memory of this different period, different experience with them. And that leads me to Dame Iyalode Priscilla Okoye. Is she still around? Yes. Aha. Well, it has been a long story for her to become the only female president of the Nigerian Bar Association. It was the God's making, because unknown to us at that time, was electing all the officers. And by providence, she became the first national vice president in Owerri. So, as it happened, Prince Bola Ajibola of blessed memory, I also served under his club. It was during his own time. We were at Port Harcourt. Exactly. Oh. Well, Abiola came in at that time. Then they called me. They said that you have a visitor. Then I told Abiola, what are you doing here? Traditionally, we don't allow a non-lawyer to attend our bar dinner. But essentially, we will have one who will propose the toast of the bar. It was this man, Alhaji Waziri. Okay. It was Waziri Ibrahim. So Abiola came here. I said, no, you are not allowed in. He said, no, I have an important message for you. What is the message? I called Prince Ajibola. I said that you have been made the Attorney General of the Federation. I said, yes, that was the message he brought. Now, the point I'm making there is that we went for the executive thereafter. Ajibola, it was Ebere Nwokoye, who was the first national vice president. Then we were there, Chief Williams, all of them, we were there. He said, we are going to, Ajibola is gone now. Oh, good luck to you. You are not the Attorney General. Chief Williams said that you don't need to hold an election. All you need to do, just move the chair. Now, Ajibola is gone, president. Let the next one move in. That was Ebere Nwokoye. And so on and so forth. He became the president of the Nigerian Bar Association. The following year, he wanted to be the president. He said, I beg you, let me have my own term. So they said, no, you are not going to have it. That is where I am going. During the period when Priscilla Kuye became the first national vice to Clement Akpangbo. Is that right? Yes. Then the same thing occurred. They said that, oh, no, Mrs. Kuye cannot be Ishola Ashobu and others. They said, no, we are not ready. A woman president. Then that is where I stood my ground that she was going to be. Let there be another election. Then she became the president. And we had a wonderful under our watch. Very firing. Very, very courageous at that time. So that was where we are going. But then, that led us to when we were in Port Harcourt. That was another ball game. Now, when I don't normally celebrate birthdays, but this one, a unique one. When I was planning, people said that, look, what do you want to do? I said, I'm going to include the colloquium. They said that people are not interested in grammar. So people are not interested. So I'm so delighted that we are still find people still waiting till this moment. I thought people would have even gone. Despite the rainfall, people still make it possible to come and listen. So I thank you for that one. I thank the life of Mrs. Kuye. Your period was very, very rewarding for the NPA. But it was during the period that the Nigerian Bar Association got into serious problem, and there was no way. That is what happened in Owerri. When I was planning this one, I was warned. I said that don't invite the controversial figures. I don't want to name names. They said that because they were jittery that Ozumbo, who was regarded as the Speaker of the Senate, that we know what is expected of him. He's going to fire on the government, that kind of thing. Whatever he said, either the judiciary. So when they saw the title, The Rule of Law, in-depth analysis, I know a lot of judges, many of the judges who would have been here today, they called me to say that we don't know what Osombo is all about. So they said that it's better excuse me. They were not going to be part of it because they know that with what you are going to say, it will affect the government and so on and so forth. So in a nutshell, I want to take this opportunity to thank first and foremost Almighty God for giving me this uncommon grace and mercy to live up to this period. And looking back for all I've been able to do during the Nigerian Bar Association, that was my best time in the judiciary. Then as to the practice, I enjoy practice a lot. I don't know what it is more now, but during our time as practitioners, I was privileged to have practiced under eminent judges, Justice Adep Farasin, and so on and so forth. Many of them, including the younger ones at that time, Ishola Lorumbe, we were all together in the Bar Association. They decided to go to the bench. Prince Army, of the Bar Association. So, by and large, I enjoyed that period of time. It was the best period in my life when I was in the Bar Association. And I enjoyed the practice. So, there are so many things I won't put it. Time would not permit. So, finally, I want to thank you all for standing, for waiting to this moment, to listen to my friend who has gone in depth into the topic. Thank you very much. God bless you all. And thank you for listening.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you, Paji. May the good Lord bless you. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. Hooray! And so say all of us. Hooray! For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. Hip hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip hip. Hooray! Congratulations, sir. Thank you, sir. Very distinguished. Sir, my photo session, sir. Sir. it, don't make it cry by standing on the wall. Put your back up, I hold on to dignity. Let's stand on it, come on, baby. If you know you got this, get down on it, get down on it, girl. Come on, baby. I say, people, what you wanna do? You got to get on the move. If you want your body to move, tell me, baby. So I gonna do it all again. Just standing on the wall. Put your back up, tell me, baby. I gonna do it, don't make it right by standing on the wall. Put your back up, I hold on the dignity. Get down on it, come on, girl. Come on, baby. If you know you got that, get down on it. Get down on it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. You know it. When you're dancing, yeah. You show it. When you move, move, move. You know it. When you're dancing, yeah. You show it. As you let go.
And for the sake of time, we won't go through all the names, because if we start now, we will require quite a number of time to acknowledge every single one of you in your offices. But we thank you very specially, Your Excellencies, for being here.
But we get to recognize one, the one who sits right on top of this occasion, a Nigerian entrepreneur, investment banker, and economist. He is the founder of Stanbic IBTC Bank PLC, Anna Business Jets Limited, and of course, Anna Foundation. He established one of the biggest commercial and investment banks, spanning 36 years of global acclaim. He has used his visible public platforms to comment on, influence politics and policy in Nigeria.
It was quite challenging. At the end of the day, we got what we wanted. Formidable individuals that have achieved immensely and taken giant strides to make our country a better place. Tonight is not only a time to honor them, but also to inspire each of us to strive for greatness in our own pursuits. Our awardees have set exemplary standards through their dedication, creativity, and passion. And it's our privilege to acknowledge their hard work and accomplishments. As we proceed with the ceremony, I encourage everyone to reflect on the importance of recognizing and nurturing talents and the positive impact it brings to our community and beyond. Let us celebrate these successes with enthusiasm they deserve. Thank you for joining us, and let's enjoy a memorable evening together. Once again, you are welcome. And to kickstart this year's award, we are taking an unusual step of recognizing two recently departed legends of our country, Chief Ayo Adebanjo and E.K. Clark. In a short while, you will see tributes dedicated to these two legends that recently left us. Thank you very much.
Citizenry, I welcome a man who began
Can we have the front of house cleared, please? Your Excellencies, distinguished
in Nigeria with global acclaim. 36 years after, they're still waxing strong. But again, today is what matters because he is the chairman of today's occasion. Please welcome with a resounding round of applause, the chairman, Mr. Atedo Peterside, CON, to give the opening remarks.
Our royal fathers here present, governors too many to mention, distinguished business colleagues, executives. Let me just stand on the last protocols from the MCs because this gathering is actually awesome. You know, when I got the invitation and it said this was the 13th Vanguard event of this nature. So I told myself, I'm not very superstitious, but I want to assure you that if you think that our being here for the 13th occasion is something to worry about, I want to assure you that there's no such thing. This event is special. I recall when Vanguard was formed. That makes me sound very old because I'm no longer young. But Vanguard is over 40 years old. When I began IBTC, it was about 4 years after Vanguard had opened its doors to business. And I was telling Uncle Sam today in the holding room that I remember various newspapers with the military had a brush or the other. Sometimes one or two of them were shut down. But I never remembered Vanguard ever being shut down for one day. And I know because I'm one of these old-fashioned people that the vendor still delivers to my house newspapers, even though I can get the same thing, soft copies on my phone, which I do. So every single day for 40 years, barring anything that I know about, that I never knew about, Vanguard was always present. And I think that we often underestimate what it takes to keep something going for all of 4 decades. Not just to keep it going, but to keep it going at a better level as the years go by. So I would like all of you to please join me and let us give a rousing ovation to Uncle Sam, because what he has done is unbelievable. I know that many of you are here because even when you were in school or in university, you knew about Vanguard. And it's the same Vanguard today. And I have no doubt that the team have chosen all the winners meticulously. So the awardees, I want to congratulate all of you. It is good to be recognized. You know, sometimes you work so hard and nobody pays attention. You don't have to crave for it. But when you are recognized, it's something that you should be thankful for. And I would like to join everybody here to congratulate all the people being honored. I doff my hat to all of you, and it's my sincere hope that you will enjoy this occasion, and many of us are here to specially honor you, to clap for you. I've seen people on the list, people who have excelled in so many different fields, and all I will say is that in the same way that we are gathered here to celebrate you, it is my sincere hope, and I make this special appeal to the governors, that even if you are not being an awardee next time, you will join us in celebrating others. So I thank you very much for your attention, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Very special category. And I say it's special for so many reasons. We have tagged this the Common Man Award. This is because we may not be able to individually recognize every Nigerian who's worked tirelessly to put Nigeria on the global map. But this category recognizes all Nigerians who work hard day and night, who ensure that the name of Nigeria continues to stay positive, who ensure that Nigeria remains at the heart of every person, whether in the continent of Africa or across all other continents. So this category recognizes every single Nigerian who's working hard day and night, in the rain, in the sun, and ensuring that we put Nigeria on the global map.
And of course, we celebrate, most importantly, the photographers who are here, playing the role of the common man, making sure we get all the news. We celebrate all of you. Please give yourselves also a round of applause. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you to feast your eyes on the screens as we
docile,
appreciate
but hopeful.
the common man.
They call him the common man, but nothing common about his. He bears the weight of Nigeria's toughest burdens, rising costs, failed promises, and a system that barely sees him. He is no wretch. He is resilient, not lazy, only underserved, not docile, but hopeful. While some misuse power and others spread hate, the common man holds Nigeria together. He is the farmer on his land at dawn, the mechanic under the hot sun, the teacher with barely enough chalk, the nurse caring despite late salaries. He asks for little, food, shelter, clothing, and peace. Yet he gives so much, his labor, his loyalty, and his dreams. Amid chaos and corruption, it is his dignity that keeps this nation alive. Today, we pause to recognize him, not the troublemaker, not the looter, but the swashbuckling Nigerian who dares to hope. To the true builders of our nation, the common men and women, this recognition is for you.
Absolutely amazing. I think we need to celebrate ourselves because everyone in this room actually works to ensure that Nigeria is Nigeria. So please give yourselves a round of applause. For those in this room, for those on the streets, please celebrate yourselves. Thank you. For those who are not here, who are not watching, who may never even get to see this, we celebrate, we honor, and we recognize the hard work that you put in, the resilience, your doggedness. We celebrate and recognize every single thing. Keep at it. We're watching.
And to those who had been here with us but have gone to the blue beyond, we cannot thank you enough. We recognize you. 3 days apart, we lost two distinguished icons in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Men who fought for the cause, who fought for the struggle, whose voices were loud enough to be heard, and instructions were carried out. Today, we celebrate their legacies. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a posthumous recognition for Pa Edwin Kaigbodo Clark and Chief Ayo Adebanjo.
Chief Edwin Kaigbodo Clark, Chief Edwin Kiagbodo Clark was a Nigerian elder statesman and Ijaw leader, renowned for his advocacy for justice and equity in the Niger Delta. He served as the Federal Commissioner for Information under General Yakubu Gowon and was a senator in the Nigerian Second Republic. Clark established the Edwin Clark University in his hometown in Kiagbodo, Delta State in 2015 to promote higher education, and authored Brutally Frank, detailing his life's journey and contributions to Nigeria's unity. Born on May 25, 1927 in Kiagbodo, Delta State, he studied law in the United Kingdom at Helborn College. He was also a member of the Honourable Society of Inner Temple, London. He passed away on February 17, 2025 at the age of 97. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Chief Edwin Kiagbodo Clark. Pa Samuel Ayodele Adebanjo. Pa Samuel Ayodele Adebanjo was a fearless advocate for democracy and a key figure in Nigeria's independence struggle. A founding member of Afenifere, he played a pivotal role in shaping Nigeria's political landscape, serving as secretary of the Action Group's London branch and later joining Chief Obafemi Awolowo's chambers. Exiled during the Western Region crisis, he continued his activism in Ghana. Until his passing, he remained a champion of equity and good governance. Born in 1929 in Ogun State, he attended St. Saviour's, Holy Trinity and Cathedral School, Lagos, before studying law in Lincoln's Inn, London, where he was called to the English bar in 1961. His legacy endures in Nigeria's political history. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Pa Samuel Ayodele Adebanjo.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we move to the awards presentation of Part 1, and this is for the Lifetime Achievement category. Individuals who have distinguished themselves, laid legacies for decades, and are still striving as we speak. Your Excellencies, there are 8 distinguished Nigerians in this category. Otumba Oyinjolayemi, Chief Julie Coker, Chief Onyema Ogochukwu, CON, Dr. Peter Otunaya Odili,
Dr. Sule Lamido, Engineer Joanna Maduka, Chief John Odige Oyegun, Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye.
For those who are here and for those who are representing them, please, your seats have been laid. Come forward. And to present these awards, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, will come. There are videos for them, but to present the awards, we welcome a 2-time former Minister of Industry, Federal Republic of Nigeria, past President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and of course, she holds the prestigious honor of Yalaje Yalode of Ibadan land. It gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her.
Otumba Oyinjolayemi is the founder and CEO of the Daily Need Group, a renowned Nigerian industrialist. He established Daily Need Chemist in 1968 and began manufacturing in 1972 with Paulina Beauty Cream, later expanding into pharmaceuticals with products like penicillin ointment. Today, his conglomerate produces over 15 pharmaceutical brands, including Biovit and Didion syrup, and operates a World Health Organization compliant factory serving Africa. Despite limited formal education in his youth, due to family restrictions, Jolayemi pursued adult education classes while working, demonstrating resilience and commitment to self-improvement. He also earned an honorary doctorate in business administration from Kensington University in 1991. His commitment to quality and perseverance has made Daily Need Group a household name in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Otumba Oyinjolayemi. Chief Julie Coker. Chief Julie Coker, a retired Nigerian broadcaster and producer, is celebrated as one of the country's pioneering female television personalities. She hosted iconic programs like The Barbit Show and Julie's World, and was among Nigeria's first female newsreaders. As a recording artist, she released 3 albums during the disco era, with her music later sampled by contemporary artists. In 1958, she won the Miss Western Nigeria title in the Miss Nigeria pageant. Born in Warri in 1939, Coker attended St. Mary's Convent Primary School and Holy Child College in Lagos, where she earned a scholarship to complete her education. In 1957, she represented her school in a festival of arts which featured in the Daily Times. Her contribution to broadcasting and entertainment have left an enduring legacy in Nigeria's media industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate a distinguished lifetime achiever, Chief Julie Coker. Chief Onyema Ogochukwu. Chief Onyema Ogochukwu, CON, is a Nigerian economist, journalist, and politician. Served as the pioneer chairman of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, from 2000 to 2004, where he managed resources to address the development needs of oil-producing regions. He was also special advisor on communication to President Olusegun Obasanjo and contested in the 2007 Abia State governorship election. Ugochukwu had a distinguished journalism career, rising to become editor of Daily Times. Born on November 9, 1944 in Ohuhu, Umuahia, Abia State, he holds a BSc in Economics from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. His contributions to public service and media have left a lasting impact on Nigeria's development landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chief Onyema Ugochukwu. Dr. Peter Odili. Dr. Peter Otunaya Odili, a Nigerian politician and medical doctor, served as the governor of Rivers State from 1999 to 2007. During his tenure, he implemented transformative policies including free primary and secondary education, free healthcare for children under 6 and adults over 60, and the establishment of the Omok Power Plant, which added 150 megawatts to the national grid. Before his governorship, he was deputy governor of Rivers State, where he chaired key national committees between 1992 and 1993. Born on August 15, 1948 in Rivers State, Odili attended Christ the King College, Onitsha, and earned his MBBS from the University of Nigeria. He also pursued postgraduate studies in tropical medicine at the University of Liverpool. His leadership significantly impacted Nigeria's development. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Peter Odili. Dr. Sule Lamido. Sule Lamido, a seasoned Nigerian politician and founding member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, served as the governor of Jigawa State from 2007 to 2015 and as Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs from 1999 to 2003. He played a pivotal role in advancing democracy, contributing to infrastructure, development, education, and social welfare during his tenure as governor. Born on August institution. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sule Lamido. Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka. Engineer Mrs. Joanna Olutumbi Maduka, MFR, is a pioneering Nigerian engineer renowned for her significant contributions to the engineering profession and advocacy for women in engineering. On the 23rd of June 2016, she became the 9th president and the first female president of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. She was the first female fellow of Koren and a fellow of the Nigeria Society of Engineers, FNSE, in 1969. Her contributions have inspired generations of women engineers in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka. Chief John Odige Oyegun. Chief John Odige Oyegun was the first national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, and the first executive governor of Edo State. He's a distinguished Nigerian politician and civil servant. He led the APC to historic victory in the 2015 presidential election, marking the first defeat of an incumbent president in Nigeria. Oyegun also served as a federal permanent secretary in various ministries during his 22-year civil service career. Dige Oyegun. Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye. Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye is a celebrated Nigerian artist and cultural ambassador renowned for preserving Yoruba traditional crafts, especially Adire textile art. With over 5 decades in the arts, she has empowered thousands of Nigerian youths and women, founding the Nike Center for Arts and Culture in Osogbo and the Nike Art Gallery in Lagos. Her innovation is a leading figure in African art. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate a distinguished lifetime achiever, Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye.
Congratulations to all of our recipients tonight. Thank you for the applause. Please go ahead and celebrate them. Thank you. Now, to join our presenter, Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, on stage to present the award, it is my royal honor to introduce and invite on stage His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Eniton Ogunwusi Ojaja II. A round of applause for His Imperial Majesty as he makes his way to the stage.
His Imperial Majesty will be handing out 4 awards, and Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, will hand the next 4. Please, a round of applause as we welcome His Imperial Majesty, Obadiyeye Eniton Ogunwusi Ojaja II, the Oni of Ife.
All right, this is the Lifetime Achievement Award, and we'll start by recognizing them one after the other, and they'll step forward to receive their plaque and certificate of recognition. All right, thank you. Yes, we'll call them now. So we'll start with Otumba Oyin Jolayemi. Yes, Otumba, yes. Otumba Oyin Jolayemi.
Please, they deserve a round of applause. They have worked hard for this, and Vanguard recognizes these distinguished individuals.
Absolutely. Today we honor and celebrate Otumba Oyin Jolayemi. Congratulations. Thank you so much for the hard work that you have put in. Thank you for being an honorable man indeed.
We're going to ask Otumba and all the other recipients to please remain on their seats because there will be a group photograph of all of you. Thank you very much for your patience. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your patience because these are industry greats who have made our country what they are today, shaped in the era of integrity and everything absolutely good. The next award is going to Chief Julie Coker. A round of applause, please.
No, sorry. Otumba, you would please remain on stage until we're done. We want to take a group photograph. Thank you.
Our next recipient is Chief Julie Coker.
A round of applause, please. Thank you.
You're listening to the greatest DJ of all time.
They're confusing him.
Bringing you the best mix of music right here, right now.
All right, thank you and congratulations again to Chief Julie Coker. Next, we are presenting a Lifetime Achievement Award to Chief Onyema Ugochukwu, CON. Chief Onyema Ugochukwu, CON. Congratulations, Chief.
a captain of industry, a man of excellence. We celebrate you, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Chief Onyema Ugochukwu, CON.
Congratulations. Next, we have Dr. Peter Otsunaya Odili. Congratulations. He's been represented.
Everything I do, we just they penetrate. I just want to say, oh, thank you, Jehovah. See, I'm living large, I get angels so for my ghetto. Never forget where I come from, not from ghetto. Oh, no, 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 no. I just want to say, oh, thank you, Jehovah. Ure keneri wo to go, Father, 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 Adekwamu loya no, Father, 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 Ema putirogu wane bele belo. I call look if I follow one day you must go.
Thank you very much, His Imperial Majesty Oni of Ife. We would now like to invite on stage or to step forward Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, to help with the rest of the presentation for the Lifetime Achievement.
Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, will be presenting her first Lifetime Achievement Award to Dr. Sule Lamido. A round of applause, please.
Congratulations to Dr. Sule Lamido. Congratulations. Coming up next for the Lifetime Achievement Award, we have Engineer Joanna Maduka. Engineer Joanna Maduka. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Congratulations. We celebrate you. We honor you. Your hard work, your dedication, your resilience have not gone unnoticed. Congratulations, Engineer Joanna Maduka.
And the next award goes to a one-time executive governor of Edo State, a political juggernaut in his very calm demeanor. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency, Chief John Odige Oyegun.
Congratulations, sir. Your Excellency, we celebrate you today. We celebrate you today and always. Congratulations on receiving this Lifetime Achievement Award.
When I'm lying in the midnight hour, holding you just like a dream. Love is never what it seems when we touch, and you're holding me the way you do. Girl, you made my dreams come true.
All right, congratulations. And now for the final in this category, we have Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye. Congratulations to Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye. Do we have a representative for her?
She is unavoidably absent. I now call on the publisher of the Vanguard, Uncle Sam Amukakbemu, to please come up. with the recipients and of course our presenters to take a group photograph for this once in a lifetime Kodak moment. Uncle Sam.
Sir, yes, he actually will also be giving a speech. Because
Uncle Sam,
like to
please come up. There he is. I am going to move this microphone for a second.
Every time your body's next to mine, something deep inside of me wants to love you.
I'm going to ask all our award recipients. Wow, this man is amazing. Please give him another round of applause.
Over 90, yet agile, bouncing, a man of integrity, a man of honor, a man of excellence.
We will be taking a group photograph of our award recipients, our presenters, and of course the publisher of Vanguard. We celebrate you all. Congratulations.
All right, pressmen, quick photograph, group photograph with our presenters, the publisher, and of course, with all the recipients in this category, Lifetime Achievement Award. Again, we say a huge congratulations to you. Congratulations, very well done. We honor you tonight, we spotlight you, we celebrate you always. Thank you for your dedication, your service to Nigeria, your service to the corporate world, your service in the public sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It has been done. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for our award recipients, the publisher, and of course, our presenters.
All I want to say is congratulations. We're honored to have you with us. God continue to be with you.
Thank you very much.
Can we give a lusty round of applause as our presenters and recipients of the Lifetime Achievement Award exit the stage? Congratulations to every one of you, and thank you.
I'm going to ask His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife, to please tarry. Kabiesi.
Your Imperial Majesty, please hold
You have to
on.
tarry for a second because you are doing this one by yourself. Kabiesi o Ejo.
Senator Olubiyi Fadeyi. Olubiyi Fadeyi, a distinguished member of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is also the Vice Chairman of the Senate Committees on Communication, Trade and Investment, with a distinguished record of impactful initiatives across various sectors. He has made significant contributions as an expert in public-private partnerships, infrastructure, energy services, and hospitality, with leadership roles in several successful companies, including Fan Group, Harvard Continental Hotels, and Lockyer Fan Gaming Company Limited. He has a bachelor's degree from Obafemi Awolowo University and LLM in International Business Law from the University of Cumbria, and has attended senior executive courses at Harvard, Oxford, and London School of Economics. Fadeyi is also a philanthropist for the selfless act of improving lives, uplifting communities, and making a lasting impact through compassion, dedication, and positive action. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Senator Olubiyi Fadeyi.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is
Dr.
my
Mrs.
honor.
Rosemary Osula Mku-Atu. Princess Dr. Mrs. Rosemary Osula Mku-Atu is the founder and president of the Rusula Foundation, a prominent NGO focused on providing educational scholarships and social interventions. Through her My Dream Scholarship program, she has sponsored over 2,000 students across various Nigerian universities, earning recognition as the largest private provider of scholarships in Nigeria. She has also contributed to the construction of infrastructure and supported small-scale enterprises for vulnerable groups. Princess Nku Atu holds honorary doctorate in dedication and positive action. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Princess Dr. Mrs. Rosemary Osula Nku Atu.
This first category in this segment, we're presenting the Humanitarian Awards. Please let's make welcome Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Senator Olubiyi Fadeyi and Princess Dr. Mrs. Rosemary Nku Atu. Congratulations to both of them. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Mayor Dele Oshinowo is a visionary leader and seasoned politician with a deep mastery of grassroots governance. Since assuming office as executive chairman of Agboe Ketu LCDA in 2017, he has implemented inclusive policies, improved governance structures, and championed infrastructural development. His leadership has fostered transparency, accountability, and civic engagement within the council.
Can we have the lights?
A former business and
Can
security
we have the
analyst
lights?
at Citibank,
Thank you very
Oshinowo
much.
holds a BA
We
in
celebrate
business
you
studies and a master's in
receiving the
risk management
prestigious
from the
humanitarian
University of East
award,
London, UK.
Senator
For the empowerment of
Olubiyi
communities through
Fadeyi.
sustainable initiatives
Congratulations,
and
sir.
fostering local participation, economic growth.
Senator Olubiyi Fadeyi has graciously requested all the senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to come on stage. All the senators present to please come on stage.
Congratulations again to Senator Olubiyi Fadeyi. We're presenting him tonight with the Humanitarian Award. Congratulations.
Congratulations are in order. Congratulations to Senator.
We can spread out a bit because some people are backing the camera. So pressmen would like to see your faces. So if we could spread out a little very quickly so we can take this picture because you're blocking the pressmen, yes. Can we spread out? Yes, very quickly. Thank you. Congratulations again to Senator Olubiyi Fadeyi. Tonight we are honoring you with the Humanitarian Award. All right, congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you also very much. We now call to receive her own prestigious humanitarian award to be presented.
The Oni of Ife will still help with that presentation. We'd like to ask the Oni of Ife to take center stage. Your Imperial Majesty would like to ask you to take center stage as you present the next award to Princess Dr. Mrs. Rosemary Nku Atu. Thank you very much and congratulations again to Senator Olubiyi Fadeyi. Thank you to everyone who joined in this picture as well. Thank you very much. award is the Humanitarian Award, and it's been presented to Princess Dr. Mrs. Rosemary Yu Umku Atu. Congratulations again, Princess Dr. Mrs. Rosemary Yu Umku Atu. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. To receive the prestigious Grassroots Development Award,
thank you very much, Your Excellencies. After this group picture, pressmen, you would allow our dignitaries exit the stage so we can present the next set of awards. Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, pressmen, can you please clear and allow them exit the stage? The Oni of Ife will remain on stage while we present the next set of awards.
Mayor Dele Oshinowo, accountability and civic engagement within the council. A former business and security analyst at Citibank, Oshinowo holds a BA in Business Studies and a Master's in Risk Management from the University of East London, UK. And for the empowerment of communities through sustainable initiatives and fostering local participation, economic growth, and social progress. From the ground up, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Mayor Dele Oshinowo.
This is the Grassroots Development Award, and it is, can we have the lights, please? Lights on stage, thank you. This is the Grassroots Development Award, and it is presented to Mayor Dele Oshinowo. Congratulations, Mayor Dele Oshinowo, on receiving the Grassroots Development Award. Congratulations. For everyone who is celebrating with him, we'll take the pictures very quickly. Thank you so much. Very quickly, and we'll go on to the next category. Thank you. Pressmen, once you have the pictures, please allow our very distinguished guests exit the stage. Thank you. Thank you, and congratulations to Mayor Dele Oshinowo. Thank you so much to everyone who's come to celebrate and rejoice with him. We will clear the stage now very quickly. Thank you.
to all our
Congratulations.
recipients,
Thank
please, we need to clear the stage quickly so that we can have the next set of awards.
Transformed the firm into Africa's leading investment immigration company, serving high net worth individuals across multiple countries. Under his leadership, the firm has grown from 15 employees in 2017 to over 1,000, with 21 branches nationwide and global partnerships in Canada, South Africa, and Grenada. His expertise has enabled Nigerians to access secure, diversified foreign currency investments and global residency opportunities. For his contributions, he was honored as Vanguard's Global Citizenship and Investment Icon of the Year 2024. Franklin Nechi is an alumnus of the University of Lagos, where he studied business administration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Franklin Nechi.
All right, this is the Immigration Investment Icon, and it is presented to Franklin Nechi. Congratulations as we receive him on stage. Please give me a round of applause as we present the Immigration Investment Icon to Franklin Nechi. Congratulations.
Franklin Nechi, please come on stage. We cannot keep His Imperial Majesty waiting, or a representative. Let's have you on stage. Franklin Nechi is on his way to stage. Please clear the area. Thank you very much.
Franklin Nechi, congratulations. You're receiving the Immigration Investment Icon. Okay, great. Congratulations. We have a representative.
Hours with you. I lose myself in all the things we
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations to our immigration investment icon, Franklin Nechi. Thank you. And thank you again, the Oni of Ife. Thank you very much,
Your Excellencies, please celebrate.
The first, Oba Adedokun Abolarin Arinkeya the first, is the Oragun of Okela, Osun State. A distinguished academic and legal professional, he is the founder of Abolarin College. Oba Abolarin has also served as the chairman of the Osun State Council of Arts and Culture and is a member of the 15-member committee of the Osun State Directorate of Amotekun. He holds a first degree in political science from the University of Ife and a law degree, after which he practiced law and served as a legal advisor. For lighting paths and nurturing dreams, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate our vanguard education icon, Alailua Oba Dr. Adedokun Abolarin Arinkeya the first. Architect Sunday Echono, OON. Architect Sunday Silva Togo Echono, OON, is the 9th Executive Secretary of the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund. He has contributed significantly to the growth of Nigeria's tertiary education, securing strategic partnerships with global institutions and advancing educational research. Prior to this, Echono served as the 28th president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects and held various key positions in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Communications and Education. He holds a BSc and MSc in Architecture from Ahmadu Bello University and has had a distinguished career. For lighting paths and nurturing dreams, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate our vanguard education icon, Sunday Echono, OON.
Congratulations to our 2 recipients in this category. And to do the honors of making the presentation,
it gives us great pleasure to welcome former Administrator of Ondo State and a dogged and fearless party chieftain. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Chief Bode George.
thank you very much. Chief Bode George will do the honors of making the presentation to our 2 recipients in this category. But Oni of Ife is also here to celebrate with Kabiesi Alayeluwa Oba Dr. Adedokun Abolarin Aroyinkeye
The first.
Orogun of Okeila, Osun State.
Kabiesi.
Kabiesi, and congratulations, Kabiesi.
To present the awards, we invite the very distinguished Chief Bode George.
And you know what's beautiful, Uncle Ben, is that royalty celebrates royalty. I love how all our royal fathers in the room have gotten up to celebrate Alayeluwa Oba Dr. Adedokun Abolarin Aroyinkeye the first, Orogun of Okeila, Osun State. Kabiesi,
This is the
and
reason.
Congratulations.
This is the reason why it's called the Vanguard Personality of the Year Awards. Greatness celebrates greatness.
Absolutely beautiful to see. Absolutely.
Chief Bode George. There he is. Please, Your Excellencies, a round of applause for the very majestic Chief Bode George. If you're not receiving any awards, please do not block the view of our distinguished guests. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again, Kabiesi Alayeluwa Oba Dr. Adedokun Abolarin Aroyinkeye the first, Orogun of Okeila, Osun State. Okeila, Osun State.
We celebrate you, Alailua Oba Dr. Adedokun Abolarin Aroyikeye. Thank you, the first. Thank you so much.
Chief Bode George will please wait and do the honors of presenting to our second recipient in the Education's Icons category. Our second education icon tonight is
the Executive Secretary of TED Fund, Architect Sunday Silva Togo Echono, OON. A round of applause for him, please.
Congratulations to Architect Sunday Silva Togo Echono, OON, the Executive Secretary of TED Fund. Congratulations and very well done. Tonight we are presenting you an Education Icon Award.
We have been instructed that if you're not from Channels Television or Arise, please clear the aisle. Photographers, correspondents, if you're not from Arise News or Channels Television, please clear the aisle. You're blocking the view of our special guests. Thank you very much. Please clear the aisle.
Pressmen, please do not obstruct our stairs down so that our dignitaries can have free way to go. Thank you. Please, just exit. Thank you. Do not obstruct the exit from stage. Thank you. Congratulations again to Architect Sunday Silva Togo Echono, OON, the Executive Secretary of TED Fund. We're moving on very quickly to real estate icons. Real estate icons.
Dr. Chimaobi Anyaso. Dr. Chimaobi Desmond Anyaso is a distinguished entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist. As chairman of the Cades Group, he has led a successful venture in oil and gas, real estate, and financial services. Founder of the Chima Anyaso Foundation, he has impacted thousands through free education and medical outreaches. He was recognized with the Forbes Rated African Achievers Award for community development and named among Nigeria's top 20 business professionals. Anyaso holds a BA in English and Literature from Ebonyi State University, an MSc in Management from the University of Lagos, and an Executive Management Certification from Peter J. Tobin College of Business, St. John's University, New York. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate the real estate icon, Dr. Chimaobi Anyaso. Sam Ogri. Sam Ogri is a renowned Nigerian entrepreneur, real estate developer, and philanthropist. As the founder of Delta Megatrend Nigeria Limited, he has transformed Nigeria's real estate landscape with smart gated communities and innovative housing solutions. He has won multiple awards, including the Real Estate Personality of the Year 2019 to 2021 and the African Leadership Magazine Real Estate Development Icon Award. His philanthropic efforts support education, elderly care, and youth development. Ogri studied accounting at Auchi Polytechnic and is a fellow of the Institute of Strategic Management. He has also completed leadership and real estate courses at Harvard University's Graduate School of Design and other places. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate the real estate icon, Sam Ogri.
Thank you very much. We're celebrating real estate icons. And we have Dr. Chimaobi Desmond Anyaso. Congratulations to you. Chief Bode George will also help to do the honors of making the presentation. Congratulations. This is a real estate icon. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chimaobi Desmond Anyaso. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
And our second recipient of the Real Estate Awards for icons in that category, Please welcome Sam Ogri.
Congratulations, Sam Ogri. Congratulations. Indeed, you are a real estate icon, and tonight we celebrate you. Very well done.
Prince Sam Ogri has been exceptional in the real estate business, and this business provides housing for one and for all. Congratulations, sir.
All right, thank you so much and congratulations. We'll take a quick picture very quickly, a few seconds, and we will move on to the next category. All right, thank you for everyone who's rejoicing and celebrating with Sam Ogri. Congratulations. Thank you. From the category of the Lifetime Achievement Award, the recipient is here now and we must honor her. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please give a resounding applause for Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye as she comes up stage to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye is at the helm of the Nike Art Gallery. She's always recognized from her custom gele, amazing gele, upright in the society and amazing. She deserves the Lifetime Achievement Award. A round of applause for her, please.
She's a global icon of tourism. She has continued to put Nigeria on the world map. Thank you for all that you do. We honor you, we celebrate you, and we say thank you. Thank you. Congratulations to you, ma'am. Congratulations, Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye. Congratulations. And thank you very much, Chief Bode George, for doing the honors. Thank you. Yes. Yes, thank you, sir.
Uncle Bode, thank you so very much. To Auntie Nike, thank you very much for battling the elements. We have considered traffic as one of the natural elements here in Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute breather. When we come back, more awards continue. Music from Laulu Benjo.
tó fi dá ẹ lọ́lá tó fi ṣe ẹ lógo kí ló gbé fọlọ́run tó fi dá ẹ lọ́lá kí ló gbé fọlọ́run tó fi dá ẹ lọ́lá. Ó yá mo ṣe thank you for Ọlọ́run. Let's go now. Thank you for Ọlọ́run. Thank you for Lord, sir. Thank you for Lord, sir. Oh yeah, Nigeria, oh yeah, wherever you go. Wherever you be, you not see where you be. Oh yeah, wherever you go. Wherever you be, you will see where you be. Let's go. What? tó bá yọnu sí wọn ó sọ ìyọnu ọlọ́run ìyọnu ọlọ́run ìyọnu ọlọ́run ó yọ wípé àánú orí gbà ó àlẹ́ orí. ó yá àánú lẹ́rí gbà ó ọlọ́run ló gbogbo fọ́lẹ̀ ó yá àánú lẹ́rí gbà ó ọlọ́run ló gbogbo fọ́lẹ̀ ó yá mo ní àánú lẹ́rí gbà ó. sọ̀rọ̀ níbẹ̀ ẹ̀yin tí Vanguard ọwọ́ yín náà ẹ̀jẹ̀ rẹ̀. èyí tí Vanguard ọwọ́ yín náà ẹ̀jẹ̀ rẹ̀ ọwọ́ yín náà. One time, let's do it. Ó ní èyí tí Vanguard ọwọ́ yín náà ẹ̀jẹ̀ rẹ̀ ọwọ́ yín náà. Let's go one. Let's go now. Tí ó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ní ìbàdí níjó wà ẹ̀fẹ̀jọ́. Ìbàdí níjó wà ẹ̀fẹ̀jọ́. Ó yá ìsàlẹ̀ ẹ̀lẹ̀. Ìsàlẹ̀ ẹ̀lẹ̀ gọ́gọ́gọ́gọ́gọ́gọ́. Ṣebí Nàìjíríà nìyẹn o. Sisi ó ṣe wá mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀tẹ̀. Bí òyìnbó. Ó yẹ kó mi sí lò gbogbo mi lọ. Bìlọ bìlọ bìlọ. Bìlọ 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 bìlọ. Akíndá.
Solo
Somebody want to eat your mind. Maybe don't mind that you shed nothing. So why me need? Somebody go to West Ham. Somebody want to eat your mind. Hello, me guy like a filo. I'm gonna take a follow no they ghost you. And the way what a kilo. Comatigaza. She does a young falaba. I got a bomb. Who down and he should look at you should look at oh my god, what I do for me. I'm gonna send me a robot. I'm gonna send me a robot. You should look at oh my god, what I do for me. I'm gonna send me a robot. I'm gonna send me a robot. Oh yeah, I'm gonna suga. Ululu suga, suga. Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the World News on Biscon TV. I'm Ime Himaro. Now let's look at the headlines making the news this hour. On the national scene, Tinubu rejects claims he's killed opposition amid defections. Yoruba Ronu duns APC and throws weight behind ADC for 2027 elections. Political rivals or forced defections to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Speaking with senators at the presidential of Nigeria's multi-party system, with some observers and opposition figures arguing that the APC's growing dominance risks undermining robust democratic competition. Still on political story, the Yoruba Ronu Leadership Forum has formally withdrawn its support for the All Progressive Congress APC and pledged to back the African Democratic Congress in upcoming elections, citing deep dissatisfaction with what it calls gangster governance at federal, state and local levels under the APC. The group said low voter turnout in recent Federal Capital Territory polls reflect declining public trust in current leadership and raised concern